Just keep it real. Big John Steele. Tell me how you feel. Convince me where the top go. Just keep it real. Big John Steele. Tell me how you feel. Convince me where the top go.
I know y'all can hear me screaming.
Jesus is king. Big John Steele. Jesus is king. Big John Steele. Bro, you don't make any sense. Slow down a second, it's making you tense. When I be talking, just don't interrupt. I say the truth, you get salty for
no
what?
AI,
Give me an
please.
argument,
Eat
not an
my
assertion. I'm
shorts.
almost convinced
I'll
that you're
use
not
what
a
I
real
want.
person. Why are you galloping? What do you gish?
No
Topic to
AI,
topic, you
please.
flop like a fish. Say what you're meaning while being concise.
What do you mean?
Still got my taco, I ain't
Bro, why
leaving
am I so
Christ.
white?
Linda, just listen, get wrecked by a Christian. I think you might have a special condition. I debate all of you Muslim and atheists, witches and wizards and new ages. I roll with Jesus, you still get defeated. You won't change my mind even if you repeat it. Just keep it real. Big John Steele. Tell me how you feel. Convince me when the top go. Just keep it real. Big John Steele. Tell me how you feel. Convince me when the top go. Jesus is king. Big John Steele. Jesus is king. Big John Steele. Give me some logic, I just wanna know. Why you so toxic, bro? I'm on a roll. You wanna troll me, I'm shutting you down. I be too busy to suffer a clown. Say that you hold a position, defend it. Linda, I know you don't listen, let's end it. It's your own fault that you're stuck in your state. I just move on if you come in bad faith. Don't say that I mean, I say what I mean. I'm showing love, pull you away from the thief. You run away, you afraid or you weak. Bro, I don't play, I can make them retreat. You choose a deceit, ain't making me nervous. For those that I've reached, I've been living my purpose. This ain't at all about the money. Money. Trying to lift up the soul is just dumb as real. Big John Steele. Tell me how you feel. Convince me where the top go. Just keep it real. Big John Steele. Tell me how you feel. Convince me where the top go. Jesus is king. Big John Steele. Jesus is king. Big John Steele.
What's up? Hope everybody's having a... No one's having a good Friday. Let's be honest. We are not Breakfast Ham supporters. Since when?
I'm not. Maybe you are.
My mic thing broke, look. So now I got this limp mic. Listen, this happens to everybody as they get old.
Jesus is king.
This happens to everybody as they get old. The cable went, the freaking stand went.
Jesus is king.
Bro.
Yo. Just for
That just trails on sometimes. Oh, what's up, everybody? Hope everybody, again, is having a half-decent Friday. I hope everything is coming loud and clear. All the audio sounds good. Everything looks good. We're gonna defend the faith today. I've been on the offensive so long. Time to do some defense. And then after that, I gotta make some phone calls, and then I gotta buy a new cable. So I'll order one off Amazon today and get that right. And now a new one of these. Bro, a lot of money goes into running a business. A lot of money goes into it, man. You guys should see my setup. I got a monitor, light, camera, Steam Deck, audio system, speaker, mixer, thing. A lot of money goes into it. John, you're obviously not stimulating your mic enough. Well, the problem is I just don't dress as sexy as I used to. Does Abby do my makeup? Does it look like I wear makeup?
He does not. I've tried a couple times.
To do my makeup?
No, like if you have like a pimple or something to cover it up, and he won't let me.
No, don't freaking I'm a man. Oh, what's you're insecure about your masculinity. You're not. You won't let a woman put makeup on you. You must be insecure about your masculinity. No, I'm so secure in my masculinity that I can look you dead in the eye and say you're not putting no makeup on me. That's how secure I am. That my masculinity isn't so fragile that you're going to manipulate me into wearing woman's creams.
Creams.
Woman's creams, stinky.
Not the women's creams.
Not the women's creams. To be honest, I don't even really like makeup on women that much. There's a certain amount I like, but when they like I love, one of my favorite things is showing Abby those videos of like women where it's like they do like makeup transitions where it's like them before the makeup and them after the makeup and they do like this like and they do like this transition. I'm like, look how ugly this woman is. And then she just like bleh, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh my god, she's a 10 out of 10. Bro, of course she's a 10 out of 10. She's 90% fiction. Everything's a 10 out of 10 when it's a lie. If you want to know what a woman looks like, first date is the swimming pool. First date is the swimming pool. Hands down. Hands down. That's what I recommend. That's what I recommend. Go to the swimming pool on the first date. But I'm I really believe most of it's just lies. It's like the beard. The beard's a lie. Everybody knows that. When I shave the beard, everybody's like, "Oh my god, you look sickly."
I like you with a shaved face.
That's all that matters. That's all that matters.
I prefer some though.
She likes the 5 o'clock stubble, the Captain America type look when
Captain America's clean shave.
Hey, I wasn't done. I wasn't done speaking, was I?
Continue. I'll still disagree.
The Captain America look when he did the whole Avengers runaway thing and then started coming back and he fought all of them, the Thanos guy.
I don't like Captain America with a beard.
You didn't like Captain America with a beard?
No.
Oh. How about that? How about that? Maybe if you put makeup on your mic, it wouldn't be limp. Maybe if you put on makeup, your mic wouldn't be limp. Sorry. Let's do a quick prayer. Lord, thank you for this day. Thank you for the blessings that you've given. Guide us this day. Be present with us today. Allow the Holy Spirit to move with us today. Take care of Charlie Kirk's family and help all the people that are using this as a means to an end. Lord, give us the Spirit of Christ in these situations. And ultimately, for today, allow us to speak to the people that need to be spoken to and just be present. We put it into your hands, Lord. In Jesus' name, amen. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. What did I do? Smited me already. With that being said, nah, I don't want to do it today. Jesus rose from the dead.
Even John's sick of it.
I am kind of sick of it. Yeah, I need a new one that gets me more hyped. I need to make a different one. I got a pretty dollar for somebody who makes one for me. Today's topic is Jesus rose from the dead. Prove me wrong. Join at tinyurl.com/BJSGas. Password 12345. Or you can stand fat. Free at last. No makeup, John. That's the Jezebel spirit. That's the Jezebel spirit. That coffee is not the best, baby. I love you, but I don't know what happened with that.
I'll drink it.
Faisal. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you? Hello? Hello? Hello, goodbye. All right, guys, if you want to join, tinyurl.com/BJSGuest, password 12345, or you can join in the multi-guest button. Please make sure you're smashing the like button, sharing live, doing the things that you need to do to make sure we can speak to the people we need to speak to. Abby, did you open the floodgates?
Just now.
Okay, and I also just started recording. I want a taco. If you really want one, we can get you one. Hello. I'm going to have to make that timeout room again, I think.
That was funny.
Oh.
For the cable, handshake emoji.
We already had somebody send for the cable. So now we got to get 2 cables. Now we got to get 2 cables. Bro.
You also meant a super chat from Lord Striker.
Oh. He's
He
not
just
important.
said, stand fat. And then he said, sorry, I was mid-donating when you made the same joke.
Faisal, if you're going to join, you got to make sure your mic's set up, bro. Stand fat. We'll play it again. Don't worry. We'll play it again at some point. At some point. All right, I'm sending you to the timeout room. You keep joining and you're not setting up your mic. You're just being annoying. So now we got to make you a timeout room, and we're going to send you there. I hate how people just keep finding ways to get past my things. They never want to respect my thoughts. Hey. All right, so we're going to transfer you to timeout. Bye. Okay. All right. Let's see. I think we got another guest. Nope. Nope. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
I'm good. I'm 35. How are you?
Okay. It sounds like you're having the best party of your life.
No, I'm just in a queue.
You got way too much background noise, bro.
Well, is it too much background noise, really?
Yeah, it is. Yeah. You got to get that solved, man. As much as we don't have any guests, we're not listening to in the background, all right? All right. No chairs, just stand fast. $5. The Trinity is illogical. You want me to do that topic for $5? We could introduce that. Listen, I need to make some money, so I really do. Like, money's gotten a little tight right now. So we could do you pay a certain amount, you change the topic.
Whoa.
It'd have to be a lot though, like maybe a $50 super chat to change the topic.
No, he says no. I was betting that's what the caller was gonna say.
Oh, okay. You're betting that's what they're saying, but that'd be cool though. Like $50, you can change the topic.
That's kind of risky.
Do I have a girlfriend? No, I don't have a girlfriend. I have a wife. In line for a roller coaster, apparently.
Wow.
Do I have my own dojo? No, I teach. I am the assistant instructor for our location here. So my boss has a few dojos, few locations, and I get to be the assistant instructor for this location.
Fresh Bueller said cable's been paid for 6 times. I also told you to put it on an Amazon wish list so I can buy it for you. LOL.
I don't want to do
true.
Amazon wish list. That feels weird.
Does feel a little weird.
Yeah.
But it is true. People keep sending money for the cable. We just haven't bought it yet.
I just
but we
haven't
do
had
have the
time.
money.
I've had life. Life has gotten in the way a lot lately. There's a lot. There's a plethora of things I have to do. Listen. I had a meeting with my strategist to make a script for a video, and I haven't even started the script. And that was like 2 weeks ago. I'm wasting money on the strategist at this point. So life has just been chaos right now, absolute chaos. We're just trying to keep it together. Okay, give us some grace. Give us some grace. We'll get the dang cable. We'll get it. All right. Just leave me alone. I'm trying my best up here. I'm doing my best. All right, guys. Jesus rose from the dead. Prove me wrong. Win a taco. Join at tinyurl.com/BJS guest. I'm betting any money that we don't get anywhere on TikTok because we got a link on our screen. I bet we get limited. But if I don't have the link there, then nobody could see it on the shorts. That's the problem. The plural for ox is oxen. The plural for dojo is dojin. Is that true?
I don't think so.
What is the cable even for? Well, I have this cable connected, but for some reason, it keeps having wind problems go throughout the cable. So it's just got this issue, and it's just a lot of background noise. And then it quiets down, and it just stops all of a sudden. I don't want a taco, but Christ is not risen in most Christians yet. What? I'd pay $50 for John, the biggest poo-poo head, change my mind topic. What?
So they have to change his mind that he's...
So they'd have to convince me I'm a good guy? Or would I say, I should make the topic, I'm actually a nice guy, prove me wrong? That feels like showing your left hand what your right hand's doing, though. I would never do that. Buy a really good cable. We're just raising the budget. Yeah, actually, I'm going to buy a really good cable. Because the problem is I bought cheap, shitty XLR cables. And now we're going to get a half-decent cable, hopefully, in the future. A half-decent cable. Bare minimum, half-decent. Problem is, listen, I worked for an audio company at one point. And I used to make XLR cables. So in my brain, I just don't get what separates the pricing difference. I guess it's just the quality of the cable you use. I mean, I didn't make them. Like, we just had a long cable. We'd cut it, splice it, and then we'd solder the ends on. But it just feels... I don't know. It just feels like there's only 3 cables inside an XLR. It's a hot, cold, and a ground. So I don't know what you're paying the extra money for. That's why I always cheap with the cables. But I'm not going to be cheap this time because clearly there's something going on. Buy the cable from Rode. Rode's decent. Rode's good. Rode's really pricey though. Quality parts and quality control. Every stream is a hangout stream now. I guess so. No one ever wants to join. I can't get a debate to save my life. No one comes into the queues anymore. I get kicked out of other people's streams. I've reached out to bigger platforms and they've said, yeah, we'll get you on, and then nothing happens. There's one bigger platform that was kind of my fault when I reached out to them, because then another big platform was going to take me on, and I chose to go with that one, and then that didn't happen, and then I backed out of the other one. And then I had one time, who was it? I think it was Deconstruction Zone and what's his name? Kip. Dr. Kip reached out and they wanted to do something, but we agreed on the topic, so I had to say no. So I guess we're just all 24/7 hangout streams now, which might be fine. I might be okay with that. Just do reaction videos, hangouts, give input. That would be fun instead of not talking to people giving the same old stupid arguments over and over again. You're paying for shielding and connector materials. You're not wrong. I'm sorry if not caught up, but why did John stop doing TikTok? Well, the reason I stopped doing TikTok is because they kept banning me. I'd place a video, I get it taken down, I get my whole account taken down, and they never tell me why. Or finally, they did started telling you why, and it was for the stupidest reasons ever. So I got my account permanently, I got banned for going live for a week because I told my atheist friend in a joke, I said, oh, it's crazy that you're going to go to hell, though. That was a week. And I said it just jokingly, I'm crazy, you're going to go to hell, though, to my atheist friend. And he giggled. He thought it was funny. And so that got me banned. So that's one of the reasons I stopped doing TikTok. Another reason I stopped doing TikTok is because they do not pay Canadians. I am Canadian. Oh, Canada. So I was literally making videos. Like I got one video that's still going viral on TikTok. It's got like 3 million views and not one red cent I got from it. Let's see how much it's got. I haven't got a single red penny from it. Scroll. Where is it? How old is this video? Can't be that old. Oh my god, like this is an old video. Where are you? Where are you, Linda? That's a response to the video. It's got to be. No way it's that old. No way. Man, it's old. Anyways, I can't find it now all of a sudden, but it had like 3 million views. Not one red penny. Not one red penny. So that's another reason we stopped doing TikTok. But the main reason, listen, I don't do it for the money, but the main reason is TikTok kept banning me, and I was getting sick of that. I was getting real sick of that, especially with like it came to like them defending Muslims. Like, oh my god. Like Muslims would say some wild things, and then I'd make like a video calling them out on their wild things, and then I'd get banned for it, and I was like, no way. Like, you're a protected class, you're a protected religion. They fall into the category of wokeism. The ops are just afraid of how humble you are. I'm too humble, bro. I'm the most humble that's ever humbled a humble. Ain't no one more humble than me. Ain't no one more humble than me. We might have to change the topic again. We'll see. We shall see. I've been censored on this channel and 4 others so far. YT special treatment, LOL. I don't think I've been. I think YouTube is actually very fair. I really do. I think YouTube is extremely fair. There's a few things I think they get a little bit butthurt about, but I've done appeals with YouTube. I've won appeals with YouTube. I get paid on YouTube. They don't shadow ban. That's not a thing. It doesn't exist on YouTube. It does exist on TikTok, and there's confirmation from TikTok office people who do that. But they don't do it on YouTube. That's not a thing. If your content's not getting out on YouTube, it's because either the algorithm hasn't found your audience yet, or you're just making shitty content. You also can say more things on YouTube. But just the simple fact that I've said YouTube 3 or 4 times on TikTok now probably is going to limit my TikTok reach. I hope you're doing well. Always praying for you, especially now. Thank you so much, Eric. We appreciate that. Yes, rest in peace, Charlie Kirk, 100%. I will not be debating anything on that topic, just a fair warning. So if anybody tries to do that, it will be an instant no and probably an instant kick. Listen, TikTok is wild for how much they take. They do it very tricky. So like the best thing about like YouTube is like if you send me money, right? You just right from your card, you send the money. It takes $2 off your card. $2 comes through to me. TikTok I think takes like almost about half of it or something like that, which is perfectly fine because they get the platform. That's okay. TikTok is greasy with it. What they do is you buy the coin. So you buy the coin for $1, then that coin's value drops down to like 80 cents. And then you send that to the person. Then TikTok takes half of that. And then when that person withdraws from TikTok, TikTok takes another 30% from that. So by the time you get your money from TikTok, it's like you send $1, you make maybe 20 cents. Maybe if you're lucky. I think, yeah, which is wild to me. Which is wild to me. We might have to make more of a clickbaity title. Or I might have to remove it from the screen, the join here thing. We should try that one day, removing it from the screen and see if we get more push to more people.
What, the link?
Yeah, having the link on screen might limit our views on TikTok Arena.
Lord Striker thinks Christianity is the one true religion.
It is.
To rage bait. No, the title.
Okay.
You didn't even have to pay.
Is there you go. There we go. There we go. I won't change it in the ticker because the ticker is for the homies. Let's be honest. Ticker is for the homies. But we changed it on the area where other people are joining. My car just hit 1,000. Why is your guys' chat not coming through on here? Hold on. Let me fix you. Do again. It has 4.1. That's how many views that video has? That's crazy. That's crazy. No more live raids. We did it once. What do you mean no more? It was like a special treat. And you're like, I want more. Feed me more. We will do them again. Don't worry. It'll happen. It'll happen. It will happen. We will do more raids. As a matter of fact, if we might have to do them today. Just so we could talk to somebody. He couldn't make it an atheist. He wants easy money off Christians. It's easier to get money off atheists. Because there's this whole idea with Christianity called poverty gospel. So the whole idea, you have to be a Christian, you make money. It's easier. Like, listen, just go look at the atheist content creators. They're making bank, right, in their lives, and you can see it. You can see the donations that they're getting. They're making bank because there is none of this. You shouldn't look out. You shouldn't try to get money. Bro, I'm not bringing you up out of all people. My goodness. It's the guy. It's the purple belt who said he'd kick me in the head. Purple belt who said he'd kick me in the head. You never DM'd me about scheduling our fight. So once you do that, once we have our fight, then I'll bring you back up. If you're gonna say I'm running, I'm gonna wait until you're not running from our fight, and then we'll start having debates again. How's that sound? I don't know where modern atheism is today. Oh my goodness.
Andrew Wilson says he is doing a 4-day TikTok invasion about Kirk. I hope to see some of y'all in chat.
That's wild. 4-day invasions? That's wild. That's crazy. Thank you so much for the very generous donation, by the way. Towards your cable. We got enough for the cable. Thank you. Appreciate you guys. Thank you guys. Bro. I pay for you to come to Europe. I don't fancy Canada. That's fine. Book my ticket, bro. Book the ticket and we can set it up. Exact little second I was typing, John. It's almost like we are guided by God. Probably just a coincidence, to be honest. There's no such thing as coincidences. Apparently I'm an op. Probably. I didn't know op was such an offensive word. I've been getting like 3 days of like people rebuking me for saying the word op. I like 3 days of saying the word op. I like, is that one of those two words that's too offensive nowadays? Like ginger? You can't say ginger anymore, apparently. Supporting John and Charlie today. Also, did you see God Logic reactions? It was very sad. Rest in peace, Charlie. I did not see God Logic's reaction. I've actually been in the wormhole of looking at the ops reactions, which has been probably not something I should do, but I want to know. I'm very curious. I need to know how people think and why they think these things. So that's where I've been going. But maybe I should watch that. Yeah, apparently saying ginger is wrong now. All I can say about the ops reaction really says something about you. Yeah, bro. Yeah, you can't say retarded now either. That's not allowed. Oh, I shouldn't have said that. We're on TikTok. Can't say any of these words. I'm getting to the point where I'm going to say all the words soon. All the words. False Christianity is meaningless. Christ's gnosis is truth. Okay. How dare I say gender? Can I explain the Trinity? Yep. Father, Son, Holy Spirit, 3 distinct persons sharing in one distinct nature. Or three distinct persons sharing in one unified nature. That is deity. That is God. So I think slavery is okay. Sure, why not? Tell me why I'm wrong. I'm not doing these feelings arguments anymore. Slavery is okay. Why am I wrong? Now watch me get clipped and be like, he's a slavery apologist. He's a slave. That's what's gonna happen. Look at him. This guy is a horrible monster. He advocated for slavery. LOL mind shift clip. Bro. Chat, clip that. Well, you are you. Come up and tell me why I'm wrong. You can join at tinyurl.com/bjsgas, password 12345. Come up and tell me why slavery is wrong. Go ahead. You never were an atheist? Well, you never were, I don't even know what you are. What are you? I can't even see your profile picture. You were never a human. I don't know. Appeal to emotion every time. Why are you guys not joining with your microphone? Is it the system I have set up? Did I open with Brave? Or yeah, I'm on Brave. Should be working. Hello, I can't hear you because you don't have a mic set up. All the words, John. Don't push me. There we go. Roger, hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you? Wow, so sophisticated. All right, man. Christianity is the one true religion. Prove me wrong when in taco. Go ahead.
Quite easy to prove you wrong.
Okay.
Because I'm a professor of theology and eschatology, and I graduated from Harvard. And I'm here to give you a royal spanking and a cup of tea and crumpets.
Fantastic.
Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay. It was 3 small trees that came along with 3 small bees. And Big John turned into Little John along the small weave. What is the answer?
Purple.
Correct. Now tell me, where's the Gospel of Barnabas?
If you go out your house, make a left, keep going till you hit Nantucket, and then make a right, and then go about 2 more kilometers down. You'll see a yellow building. It's in there.
Okay, there are 13 disciples. Where are the 13 disciples' texts?
They're just in the box behind that same building.
You are stuttering. That is
Yeah.
the sign of a liar or a sign
Yeah.
of an ignorant person.
Yeah, you got me.
Come on, little John. Give me the knowledge I request.
Yeah,
Where are the 13 disciples' texts?
it's in if you go and then if you had hopes and dreams, and then if then right there.
You're doing the little boy's mem where he's stuttering. How childish of you. Please come with some etiquette and some royal class like me, instead of making yourself like a donkey ass.
A donkey
Now, I
ass,
want
isn't
my
that redundant?
taco. Yes, you
An
may
ass's
say so.
ass.
You're an ass's ass. All right, well, fair enough. You did cook me. This was one of the most embarrassing moments I've ever had in this live. I will email you your taco after you leave.
Yeah, but before you do that, I want to know where the 13 disciples' texts are.
Again, go to Nantucket, make a right. It's in that yellow building in the box right behind them.
No, seriously, answer this question for me. You have 4. Where are the other remaining numbers? 13 minus 4. What is that, John Steele?
13. If you carry the 1, so 12, 11, 10 is 9. All right.
Okay, so just to let you know that Christianity is a Roman pagan religion, and do not follow it. Follow the more sincere religions, the ones that follow the one true God, which is Islam. That is the correct version.
Gross. I thought you were just a fun atheist.
No, I'm not an atheist. I'm a true believer in the one true God, which
Yeah,
is Allah,
gross.
Lord of the worlds. And I was trolling you while also having a laugh at your expense today. So can you tell me where the 13 disciples' goddamn books are? Come on.
In Nantucket, in the box behind the yellow building.
Are they still in the Council of Nicaea when they chucked them into Apocrypha and said, but this is no longer part of canon?
Okay, hold on. Are they still in the Council of Nicaea? Where's the Council of Nicaea?
It's in Rome by
the
Constantine.
Council of Nicaea. So they took the Council of Nicaea and put it in a box and put it in Rome?
That's right. Along with the Pope and the Red Pope and the Green Pope and every other Pope that we worship.
In a box. The Pope's in a box.
Yep. Yep.
Which box?
Okay, so you can see you don't have the answers for this, Professor. So I will have to drop and search my answers elsewhere. Become Muslim today and win and save yourself from paganism.
God bless. Let's go. T. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you? All right, man. Christianity is the one true religion. Prove me wrong when a taco. Go ahead.
So, I mean, I used to be a Christian, and for many years, my parents were missionaries, and I lost my faith probably, I don't know, 5 years ago or so. I do still enjoy Christianity quite a bit, but I don't believe it's true anymore. Not in a objective way. I think it's probably existentially true for a lot of people, just like a lot of religions are to a lot of other people. But I'm not convinced that it's objectively true. Just, I kind of base my beliefs now. My goal is to believe in as many true things as possible, right? And so the only way that I know how to tell the difference between truth and something false is with evidence and good reason, right? So I just don't see enough good reasons for this God of the Bible to be real.
Okay.
Just too many problems in the Bible for me.
Okay. So you seem like a nice guy, but you do understand that's not an argument, right?
What's that?
Like what you said, like it's not an argument. It's just what you believe.
Yeah, I mean, I guess. You want me to like present like a logical argument? I guess.
Yeah.
Is that what? I
Yeah,
mean,
like
I'm not a debater, so I don't know exactly how to do that. I think
Well, you don't have to give a
uh,
syllogism. I'm just saying, like, you have to give like some sort of argument on like why you think it's not true, or you can just make me like you can like what most people would do is like, hey, I'm not convinced. You convince me. Like that's what most people would do.
yeah, I mean, like I guess I could say that what kind of started kind of to break my faith was the Bible itself. It was just difficult to, so I mean, there's just too many things in the Bible that to me don't line up with a loving God, right? And I think there's plenty of stories in the Bible that are very difficult to try to put together with a loving God. But maybe you can tell me your evidence for it, and we can talk about it.
Okay. So he's not loving. How does that prove he doesn't exist?
It doesn't.
Okay.
To me, it just proves that a loving God to me isn't it's not possible with the evidence of the Bible. It's just
Okay. So Jesus.
improbable.
Okay. So you're just saying I don't like the God of the Bible, so therefore it's false.
Yes, I guess I'm saying that I don't it doesn't make sense that to say that there's a loving God and then show that in the Bible. It's just it, it contradicts everything we know about love and goodness, right?
Right. But that is your argument though. Is I don't like what God does in the Bible, so therefore he doesn't exist.
I guess that may be one way to put it.
Sure. So then I can just simply say I do like what God does in the Bible, so therefore he does exist.
Yeah, I suppose if that's the argument. But do you have evidence to show that this God is loving in the Bible? Like,
Well,
how do you explain?
I don't need to show that he's loving because you're using a subjective standard to measure that, right?
How's that? I mean, you think I believe in an object? You don't think I believe in an objective morality?
Okay, so if you do believe in objective morality, then I'd be very curious where you ground that and how you use that to measure something.
Well, I mean, I think we have anything to do with objective in the sense of wellness, well-being and reducing suffering, right? So we have our biology, our compassion, our empathy. We can ground that in just those kind of basic ways, and then we can judge,
Okay.
consequentialism,
So
right?
why is reducing suffering good?
Why is reducing suffering good? Well, you tell
Hmm.
me. I mean, we can base it on your level of morality. Do you believe that something is good based off just whatever God says is good?
Why I can't
Like, how
grant
do
that.
you?
I can hold to divine command theory, but that would still have more basis than it's just well-being. Because well-being
Well,
is you're just saying it's a reduction in suffering. Well, why is a reduction in suffering good? That's kind of like circular, right? Well-being in definition is somebody not suffering. So it's more like you're kind of giving me like a circular answer. So why is reduction in suffering good?
it's good because, well, it works. It doesn't work to increase suffering in people. It doesn't get people. It's not functional at all, right? You don't have societies where that happens. So
Yeah, yeah,
it
but
also,
abs-
we evolved this ability to empathize, right? And so because of that, we at least think or understand other people's pain. That also informs our morality. Our morality would probably be different if we couldn't empathize with people, right? Um, and so there's these biological realities that inform our morality, right? Whether we want it or not. So, and then I just what I find interesting as I was still figuring these things out is the fact that we had people say, well, God is love, and then they'll point to things in the Bible where or in their lives and their experiences where they'll say, these examples are things that show that God is love. But then when bad things happen,
all right.
right?
Well, I got to pause you because you're kind of trailing now. You're not even making an argument. You're just kind of making an appeal. The two things that you said in your argument was it's works and empathy, right?
Right.
So it works. Okay. Well, that's not entirely true, because causing suffering has also worked for other people's well-being. So, for example, slavery throughout history has improved the well-being of the owners of those slaves. So in that situation, it was actually beneficial to cause suffering for those individuals. And then you say, we have empathy. Well, there are people who are born without empathy. So those people that are born without empathy, do they have a standard of morality to go against?
They have a standard of morality, but for those people, they struggle. Some of them become sociopaths, right? They struggle with empathizing with
Yeah,
other
but
people
why
because
is
they
that
don't feel.
wrong?
Why is what wrong?
Why is it wrong for them to become sociopaths? They do not have empathy.
Because
So they do not have the standard that you're using.
because it doesn't work in society.
Well, we've already established that it works, right? In society, causing
Well,
other people suffering has caused the benefits of other people. So, like,
I
for
didn't
example,
understand your slavery answer. That doesn't make any sense. How is that
why?
beneficial for the slave
It's not.
to cause suffering?
It's beneficial to the slave owner.
Right. So then it fails, right? The
Why?
morality fails in that regard because you're causing suffering to others.
Yeah. Why is that a problem? You're just saying suffering is problematic because it's suffering.
Right. And so you would say what? You would say because God doesn't want us to have slaves? That's why it's wrong?
I could say that, yeah, and I think that has a better grounding than just saying it's wrong because it's wrong.
But you can't say that because there's nowhere in the Bible that says that you can't have slaves,
No,
right?
I'm saying
Yeah,
it is a logical possibility. I could say that and it'd have a better grounding than saying it's wrong because it's wrong. I'm not using that as my argument.
but when you're saying better argument, what do you mean? How do you measure, that?
So,
How are you measuring that?
what I'm
It's a
saying is,
preference.
yeah. So what I'm saying is, you're saying God doesn't exist because your feelings, and I don't think that's good
No.
argumentation. Yeah, you're saying I don't like that God did X, so therefore He doesn't exist.
No, I don't see any evidence for your God.
That wasn't your original
That's
argument. You said I read the Bible and
right.
I did not see an all-loving God, so therefore He didn't exist. That was your argument.
No, I mean, yeah, maybe. I don't know. I mean, I think what I'm saying is when people say that there's this loving God, I don't
Mhm.
see that loving God in the Bible, right?
Right, in which I'm asking you, how are you measuring that? How are you determining that something is all loving or not all loving? It seems that you're doing it by your own subjective opinion. So if I could look at it and say, well, I do see an all loving God, then He's real. Because if your argument is I don't see an all loving God, then He's not real. I just use the same argumentation and we're kind of at a stalemate.
Well, you're saying that I have to believe in some God to have some sort of measurement to know what love is and what love isn't. So if I just say,
No,
okay, I believe in,
no, your belief, whether you believe in it or not, is completely irrelevant. Whether He exists is relevant.
sure. And so how do you know something exists?
Well, we can move on to a different point if you can concede that I don't see a loving God is kind of a silly argument for His existence.
No, I mean, it's just you're compiling evidence, right? So you're trying to figure out, okay, so you tell me that there's this loving God. So, okay, let's look in the Bible to see if this God is loving. And then, of course,
Right,
you
but that
don't.
you're saying you have the standard to see how He is loving. What is the standard that you're using to measure it against?
Right. To me, it's objective morality in the sense of reducing suffering and increasing well-being. To me,
Well,
that it just makes
reducing
sense. I
suffering and
don't.
increasing well-being is the same thing. It's synonymous, right? Well-being is just the opposite of suffering. So you're just
Okay.
saying you have well-being and suffering. So why again is suffering bad?
Suff- why is increasing somebody's suffering bad? Is that what
Why
you're
is
asking?
suffering bad?
Why suffering is bad because every living organism avoids it, right? I mean,
So
it's
because of
it's
feelings.
it's for survival. It's not good for survival. It's not good for cooperation.
Well,
It doesn't.
suffering is good for survival. If again I use suffering to take in slaves, that would be good for my survival. That would increase my well-being.
Not in the long run. It wouldn't, right?
Why
If you
not?
increase the suffering of your slave, then that slave is not going to, give you good enough work, right? So you could
Yes,
kill
they are,
that slave.
because if they don't give me good enough work, I'm going to increase their suffering more.
Right, and they will, in that suffering, and that their productivity will decrease, right?
No, it's
It
not,
doesn't
because if
work.
if their productivity decreases, I will increase the suffering. Pain is
Right,
an
and eventually
excellent
you'll kill them.
motivator. Pain is an excellent motivator.
No, well, no, actually, it's not an excellent motivator
Yes,
necessarily,
so
right? I mean,
I'll explain to you how it's an excellent motivator. Let's imagine that you're barefoot and you walk halfway across a hot road, and so you're standing barefoot on that hot road. Are you going to walk slowly or are you going to run?
sure, you're gonna run, right?
Right. So
But
pain is an excellent motivator. So if I have a slave that's not doing the job that I want them to do, and so I start to beat them, are they most likely going to start doing that job to avoid being beaten?
sure, for a
Right.
small amount of time, but it's, of course, it's
Well,
not the only motivator, and it's not the best motivator.
the evidence is against you, because it's not a small amount of time. The vast majority of history, people had slaves, and it built the vast majority of society.
Are you saying that we need pain to motivate people all the time?
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying
It-
you have an
Do you
arbitrary
think
thing.
do
Hold
you
on,
think
hold
it's the
on, hold
best
on. You asked me
motivator?
a question. You asked me a question. I'm saying you have an arbitrary standard in which you're measuring things. You're saying suffering is bad because suffering is bad. Why?
It's a grounding, right? You're grounding. If you're asking for a grounding, it is a grounding that we can measure, right? A morality that you can measure. You can measure if something causes suffering, or especially unnecessary suffering to
Right.
others. You
So
can
so you're saying suffering is bad because of suffering.
No, because it doesn't work well,
It
right?
does work.
Uh,
We've already established that. The pyramids were
so
built because of suffering,
so you
right?
you're saying that you can make a good argument that, let's say, graping somebody is good for them somehow?
It would not be good for
It,
the person being raped, but for the person who is graping,
right,
they would increase their pleasure hormone, they would increase their own status of well-being. So why is it wrong?
because it violates their rights
What
essentially,
is a
and it
right?
also it increases their suffering,
What is
and
a
therefore is
right?
wrong.
What is a right?
Well, I don't know. I haven't really thought about what is a right. I guess it's a human and we've created those
Okay,
terms
so
to
it's
define.
arbitrary and ad hoc. So rights are just something that we assign. So if that person doesn't see that person as having rights, then they're not violating anything, are they?
No,
Okay,
no, I
so then
don't. I
what is
don't
a
think so.
right?
I mean, you tell me, what is a right?
I don't
It,
believe rights exist.
oh, you don't? Like, I don't understand.
It's
Why not?
arbitrary. It's an arbitrary and ad hoc thing. Rights are just synonymous with laws.
Sure, you don't believe laws exist
I believe
either.
laws exist. Laws are systems that we put in place to govern each other.
So you don't
So you,
believe
you,
in?
you could
Okay,
say
let
that
me
person
quote.
broke the law. Sure, they broke the law, but if they never get caught, then what harm has fallen upon them? What wrong did they do?
Uh-huh. Okay, so going back to the Bible, though, like, do you think
But
that?
you're not answering the questions. You're just
No, what I'm
going
saying.
back to this thing.
No, what I'm saying is like.
You haven't given me the reason why this person is wrong. Outside of it just causes harm. You're saying harm is harm, and therefore it's wrong.
So even if we establish that it's relative in a sense, right? Because I do think morality is relative in the sense that the universe doesn't really care, what happens on Earth, right? It's just this is
Okay,
kind of
so
part of,
okay.
but in the sense of like our reality,
So
right? In
are
this,
you, just to be clear, are you now saying that morals are relative? So they're stance
no,
dependent
when I mean,
now?
I guess when I mean objective, I don't mean like universal, like in the sense of absolute truth, right? Like absolute morality. I think objective in the sense that in our reality that we exist in this earth, we have certain rules that just work and certain rules that don't work.
So it can
And
either be
so,
subjective or objective. It cannot be both. Which one is it?
well, when objective, what do you mean? Like objective meaning that it's true whether your feelings or not, right?
So
That's what objective.
objective, yeah. So objective is stance independent. Subjective is stance dependent, right? It's going to be based off the individual's perspective.
Right. Like if there's no humans on Earth, then there is no morality, right?
That would be the idea, yeah.
Right. And so, I mean, in also, let's say, for example, like, do you think that if our brain chemistry was different, right? And then we didn't have this, we had different
It's
senses
not
of
what I
pain.
think. It's not what I think. This is your argument. It's not my argument. So you're saying that God is not all loving, so therefore he doesn't exist, and we're trying to get a standard of how you're measuring of all loving here. Because if it's just your subjective opinion, then I could say he is all loving, and therefore he does exist.
Yeah, but we can still develop a framework of morality that works, that is not, that has nothing to do with a divine being. You don't think that's true? You don't
Sure.
think there's like humanism? You don't think
Sure,
there's other frameworks that
that's fine. You can develop a subjective system that causes people to operate with each other in a way that that benefits all of us. You could do that, but none of that would disprove God's existence.
Sure. Yeah. Okay.
Okay,
That's
so
fine. Yeah, I don't have a problem with that.
right, so you saying that I do not see an all loving God in the Bible doesn't disprove his existence, correct?
Right.
Okay, so yeah,
Yeah.
so cool, and we can move on there.
Okay. So maybe you can explain how you do you struggle with the Bible?
Well, now you're just going back to the same topic. I thought we were moving on. You just conceded that whether or not he's all loving is completely irrelevant.
I don't understand. Like you don't. I mean, to me, I just want to like I would prefer to just talk about like just the real like I've struggled with it, right? And I've struggled and I want to know, and I'm open to Christianity. I'm open to having these conversations, and I don't really care about all this philosophical talk. I want to know like how do you deal with it and
Deal with what?
with the Bible, with the difficult passages. Like
Like what?
how do you well, do you at all? Do you struggle with any of these passages in the Old Testament?
But what's it has have to do with anything that we're talking about? Whether I struggle with it, whether I like it or not, is going to be irrelevant to whether God exists.
What do you mean? Like, so will you worship a God that was evil?
What else are you going to do?
What do you mean?
What
Like you
other
don't
option do you have?
so you don't think you have an option but to bow down?
The only
If
reason
like
that people have the option to decline God in the first place, if they considered him evil, is because God allows it.
so like if you found out that God was evil, you would still bow down
Based
and worship and
based off
obey?
what standard am I determining that he is evil?
Well, I guess your understanding of good and evil.
So my own personal understanding of good and evil. So I'm going to say that I have a better understanding of good and evil than God does.
Yeah, you could say that.
Do you understand how arrogant that is?
Well, I guess it could be arrogant, or it could be just the fact that it violates everything that you understand as good.
Right.
Right.
So I understand.
Like
From
people give,
I'm 34 years old. So from my 34 years of experience, I'm going to say I know better than the person who literally created all things, including the concepts of good and evil.
yeah, sure, you could say that.
And you don't see how that is silly.
Well, it could be silly, but you could also be right. I don't know. I mean, I think that.
How would
how
I
d-
be right? By what standard am I to say I'm right?
So, how do you define good and evil? Like, do you define it based on what the Bible says, or what you believe that God has spoken that says? I mean, what
My
is?
whole point is, how do I look at God and say that my standard is the correct standard? Where does that standard come from?
So, you think that it comes from God communicating down to people the good and evil. This is good and this is evil. How does he?
Even if we hold the divine command theory, which I'm not saying I do, but let's say divine command theory is true and things are just moral because God says so, who am I to say that my standard outweighs God's standard? How do I actually implement that? How do I make that objectively true?
I mean, I don't know how you. I mean, it's just because we use these words. Like if you say love, you have to define love, right? And so those words have meaning and they have boundaries and they have limits, right?
I
And
agree.
so
I
if you
agree. I
say
agree. Words have meanings. 100%. Yeah.
right, and so and there's limits to love, right? You go beyond that, and then it's it could be enabling, right, or whatever. So everything or justice
Right. But
has
that's what I'm
limits.
asking you when I say the standard. You're saying these words have meaning. I agree with you. I'm asking you the standard. I'm asking you your semantics here. When you say that God is not all loving, so therefore he doesn't exist, by which standard, which semantic are you using to define that?
Well, to me, it's is all the standard that we use as love, the definitions that we have defined as love,
Okay,
right? So
so
if
your own personal opinion.
well, no, I mean, like it's the kind of agreed upon opinion of what love is, right? Like
Okay,
if
so
somebody says
go ahead.
something that violates the definition of love, then that's not love. We can see, but that's not
Okay,
love, right? If you
popular opinion.
well, no, just general consensus too, right? I mean, about words, like in their meaning,
Yeah, so
right? So how do you
consensus
define any
con-
word?
consensus by definition is popular opinion. So you're
Sure,
saying the
sure.
popular opinion determines love.
We have changed that
Okay.
definition over time. Well, it's evolved,
Okay,
right?
so the definition changes and evolves over time. So basically, if in 10 years from now, we all collectively decide that everything that God did in the Bible is all loving, then it becomes actually all loving as an objective standard. And then all of a sudden, God comes into existence.
I don't know. I mean, do you think justice, for example, the justice in do you have a definition of justice?
Can you
Like,
just steel man the question I asked you? I don't think you understood it.
say it again.
Can you just repeat back to me the question I asked you? I don't think you understood it.
Right. Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, so your argument again here is you don't see an all loving God in the Bible, so therefore he doesn't exist. Your standard for what all lovingness is the consensus viewpoint
Uh,
amongst people. So if in 10 years the consensus viewpoint among people change to believe that everything in the Bible is all loving, then by
mhm.
your definition, God would then all of a sudden magically come into existence.
No. Okay. First, let me say that I didn't say that I don't think God is. Maybe I did say that I don't think God is real. I don't know if God is real. Okay. But I think it's improbable. But I know that's besides the point. I don't think also that definitions just drastically change. They get updated. They evolve based on new information. But we don't. We're not going. We don't go backwards in the sense of redefining love. We just revise it and add on based on new evidence,
Okay,
right?
so your original complaint was that you decided that Christianity wasn't true because you read the Bible and you did not see an all-loving God.
Right. But that doesn't mean I don't believe that God is not real. I mean, to me, I think it's just
Okay,
improbable.
the Christian
Right.
God. Your conclusion that the
Right.
Christian God is not real is because you didn't see an all-loving God.
Well, again, I didn't. Yes, improbable. I guess is what I would say. Yeah, I think it's highly
Okay,
improbable. Yeah,
right.
not real is kind of is
Okay,
100%.
so everything that we've gone through shows that that's an arbitrary and ad hoc stance, and it doesn't disprove or prove anything. It's just you don't think God is real because of your feelings.
Um, I mean, I don't know. I have to then just go back to. I see what you're doing. You're saying that my morality is based on feelings and just preference, right? And I don't think I believe that at all. But I have to think about it some more about my morality and what is it grounded on. I do think that there is good evidence and reasons to base morality on suffering. I guess I haven't really thought out all of the intricate parts of it, but I don't know. I have to think through it, but I think it's much more than just preference. There's intuition,
Intuition
and
is a basis of preference, right?
Yeah, and then I think there's
intuition is just something that you feel right off the bat, and you haven't grounded it or justified it at this point. That's what an intuition is. And so our beliefs start on intuition, and you can have axioms that are on intuition. But you're just saying it's an intuitive feeling, is just saying he doesn't exist because my feelings.
No, but I think there's also good evidence about, like, for example, like, to me, objective morality is kind of like objective health, for example, right? Like you can, you can choose to drink poison, but it will objectively hurt you and kill you, right? It doesn't matter if there's a society that decides to drink poison; it is unhealthy objectively, right?
Yeah, but we
And
have a standard of what health is, right? Health is the body working in unison with each other. Anything that prevents that from happening is unhealthy. So there is an objective definition. You haven't given me the subjective definition of all loving. You're just saying bad or harm is wrong because it's causing harm. You see how that's circular?
sure, like, but what is the evidence? What did you say about objective health? What is grounding objective health?
Well, I'm just saying
I
we
mean,
have a
there's
definition of health. The definition of health is the body working in unison with itself. That is the definition of health, right? So if the body doesn't operate within unison of itself, then it's not healthy. Now, that's not a moral claim. That's just the semantic definitions of what health is and unhealthiness is.
okay. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I have to think out about morality some more and what is the grounding of it. It could be preference, perhaps, I guess, at the bottom of it, but I have to think about it. I don't know. I have to do some more reading about it.
Okay. All right, man. Was there anything else then?
No, I appreciate it. Thank you.
God bless. Nice guy. Let's do a couple super chats. Says, "Where is my damn electric car, Bruce?" It sounded like it. If you know, you know. I don't know. But
I don't know either.
thank you for the $10. Pops in a Box is the name. Popes in a Box is the name of the new Protestant rock band. That's actually funny. Many denominations of Christianity have been infected by Zionists and spread misinformation and thus aren't true. The only one truth is Jesus Christ. I have no idea what nonsense you're on, but thank you for the $4.99. Appreciate you. I highly support people using their money to rebuke me, just so you know. I'm a big supporter of that. All right, let's bring in the next guest. I don't think Batman would use an electric car. Bondrude. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you? All right, man, let me bring you in. All right, Christianity is the one true religion. Prove me wrong, win a taco.
Okay, my argument would be that there are like not any good reasons to believe in Christianity.
Okay, so my argument is that there are not any good reasons to believe any of the other religions or atheism, so I just default to Christianity.
I'd say we have more reason to believe in scientific facts than historical claims. And in order to believe in Christianity, you would need to do the opposite, which
Okay.
would be unreasonable.
Which scientific fact do I have to reject to be a Christian?
Pretty much everything we know about medicine and biology that tells us that people cannot come back alive.
Sorry, which scientific fact that people can't come back to life?
Yeah.
Okay, if people can't come back to life after they're dead, why do they freeze bodies and heads?
They do that before brain death in hopes that we can in the future unfreeze them.
Yeah, so are they dead?
Not according to the brain death definition of death, which is like the most.
What's the definition of brain dead?
So basically, whenever the brain is degenerated enough that it's basically impossible to reconstruct in a way that would preserve the stuff that was in the brain before. So like
that's not a definition. Can you give me the definition of brain dead again? So what is the methodology in which one would consider somebody brain dead?
I mean, I can look it up. I don't know the specifics, but the idea is basically whenever the contents of the brain are unrecoverable.
Still not a methodology.
I mean, I'm not a medic. I can look it up. It's a medical term that defines the irreversible cessation of all functions of the entire brain, including the brainstem. Some criteria are irreversible coma, absence of brainstem reflexes, apnea test, absence of electrical activity in the brain. So yeah, there are like a bunch of things you can do to know when someone's brain dead.
Okay, so these people that are currently frozen, are they currently having brain activity?
Probably not.
Okay, can we currently reverse those effects?
No, not in humans at least.
So they're not having brain activity, and we cannot reverse those effects. So technically, they would be brain dead. Yeah.
No, because those are not irreversible. So
okay, can we reverse them?
Not with our current technology, but they are reversible in principle.
Okay, so is it that we can't reverse them, or is it that logically possible? Because like, is it logically possible that within 10,000 years we'll be able to reconstruct a brain from just one cell?
No.
That's not logically possible. Why?
Oh wait, a brain, yes. The brain with the same like memories and stuff.
Yeah.
No, because the cell doesn't contain that information.
Why? How do you know this? How do you know that we will not be able to do that?
Well, because everything we know about neuroscience tells us that the memories and personality and stuff like that is stored in the brain. And the cell only has DNA, and DNA by itself is not enough to reconstruct
Okay, so you need
memories.
So just to be clear, you have to come back with your memories to come back, or you have to come back with your memories for it to be considered like a resurrection. So for example, if I was hit in the head and I went unconscious for a half hour and I woke up with none of my memories, would I be a completely different person, or how are you defining this?
I mean, well, what you consider the same person will depend on your theory of personal identity, but at the very least you would need either memories or the same personality or the same like structure that makes you you. So if you reconstruct a brain using just a cell, that would be pretty much like cloning and having a clone that has nothing to do with you. So that's
I didn't say cloning. Cloning and be making a copy. I'm talking about a reconstruction.
Well, if you're reconstructing something based on a single cell, you essentially end up with a clone.
Right. I'm not talking about cloning. I'm talking about a reconstruction. I'm talking, is it logically possible to reconstruct everything that was lost, not to make a copy of it?
From a single cell, no, because the cell just doesn't.
But you're just saying no. Why? How do you know this for an absolute fact?
Because the cell does not have that information, so you cannot reconstruct something if that information has already been lost.
How do you know?
I mean, ask a neuroscientist if the cell has any of that information. It doesn't.
Okay, phenomenal. Can you show me a memory?
No, it's like, I mean, it's not like a simple object that is like stored in a box. It's like a lot more.
Well, you said that the memory is stored in those specific cells. So if those cells are lost, then they cannot be restored. So then clearly you know what a memory is and where it can be held and where we could see it. So can you show me what a memory is?
It's not stored on a single cell. It's so I'm not an expert neuroscientist, but you can ask a neuroscientist how her memory is stored. To my understanding, there's like stored on an entire network of neurons, probably somewhere in the hippocampus or something like that.
Yeah. So are you aware of like the fact that there's genetic memories that pass down from generation to generation?
I'm pretty sure that's not a scientifically accepted thing.
Yeah, it's why we're scared of snakes.
I wouldn't consider that a memory. I would say that's like instinct or something else.
That's part of memory, because that has to be built into somebody else's memory before that there needs to be a fear of snakes, and that genetic code gets passed on. So that'd be considered a memory. So it's built into our system that came from an ancestor that learned that. So there's memories that pass down through genetic code. You're saying it has to be stored in a specific part of the brain. If that part of the brain is lost, and it's completely lost, you can't show me what a memory is or where it comes from. So is it logically possible that we can reconstruct an entire brain from, say, a single brain cell?
Okay, I just looked it up, and it says fear of snakes isn't a generic memory, but rather an evolutionary predisposition to be prepared to quickly learn to fear snakes. So
how did the evolution learn to fear snakes?
how the way evolution works. I mean,
Yeah, so evolution would be a byproduct of somebody getting this knowledge, right? They'd have to get this knowledge from somewhere that snakes are dangerous from an evolutionary byproduct, and that information would have to be passed down. So there'd have to be an
yeah,
original ancestor that learned that information, right?
yeah. I just wouldn't call that a memory, but sure, there's like
Why
some things
not?
we can.
How are you defining memory then?
I would say memory is like the things you personally experience, not something you learn because of evolutionary instincts.
So if that person personally experiences it and then I get that information based off their personal experience, that's not part of learning from their memory?
Yes, if a person personally experiences something and that's stored in the brain, and you're able to keep that in the brain or whatever, then yeah, that
Okay,
works.
so then that memory was passed down.
No. I'm talking if a different person experiences something and then that through evolution forms part of an evolutionary instinct, and then another person down the line has that instinct, I wouldn't call that passing a memory. And
Okay. So I feel like we're just kind of you're not willing to budge on this, even though it seems completely ridiculous what you're saying. So I'm just going to move to another point. You're saying that dead people stay dead; they cannot rise from the dead. We know these for absolute facts. So you're going to compete with science when science says they don't know things for certain, and you're going to say it's completely impossible for us to raise somebody from dead, even 1,000 or 2,000 years from now. How do you know it's completely impossible?
based on our best understanding of science, like
Okay,
I mean,
so
you could say
if
it's like 99.9999 because there's always things we can
so
not
there is a
know.
possibility.
Yeah, but it's a tiny possibility. It's a much larger possibility that a historical document has inaccuracies.
We haven't even gone to the historical acumen. So your argument again is people die and they stay dead. Yet we freeze people, and by your definition, they are considered brain dead, and we are able to resurrect them for in the future, or we're hoping that we'll be able to resurrect them in the future, even though we have no reason to think that we can now. If people dug up somebody from the grave and resurrected them from the dead in the grave 10,000 years from now using technology, I'm pretty confident that you wouldn't say that that's impossible and we cannot do that. There are all sorts of medical advancements happening all the time. It's logically possible. Can you give me a reason why it's not logically possible?
I would say like, so in the case of someone freezing the brain, that's only before the brain has sustained enough damage to be complete to be unrecoverable. But that's we wouldn't have to get into that.
How long does the brain need to be dead before it has enough damage before it's unrecoverable?
I mean, I can look it up, but it's probably not that long. Yeah, I can't find a quick answer, but maybe 5 minutes. I don't think it matters.
Okay, so
Basically,
you think that they froze Walt Disney within 5 minutes after him dying?
maybe it's more. I don't know the exact time. I don't think that matters.
It does matter because you're saying there has to be enough damage to the brain that it's impossible for them to resurrect. Yet we have a whole bunch of people right now frozen on ice with the goal that we will be able to resurrect them from the dead in the future.
Yeah, but like what they do is they freeze them before the brain has lost all the information it has. Like before
Right.
it's
How long does it
completely-
take for that to happen?
I mean, I can look it up. I don't know.
That's
off
what
the
I
top of
asked
my
you to
head.
look up originally.
Um, uh, I'm not finding it, but I don't know what this has to do with the resurrection of Jesus Christ, since we didn't have the technology to restore his brain anyway.
Your argument is that he didn't rise from the dead because people don't rise from the dead. Yet it is logically possible for us to raise people from the dead. So how's that an argument against Jesus Christ's resurrection?
With technology, maybe in the future, not with the technology we had like 2,000 years ago.
Right. So again, your argument is just people stay dead, but yet it's logically possible that we can resurrect people from the dead.
Yeah, I'm not making a logical impossibility argument. I'm making a scientific, like no scientific fact is 100% logically, I don't know, necessary. Like there's always like a
Yeah,
point zero 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 1%.
I haven't got there, right? Because you said that Christians have to deny science. That was your whole argument. I'm asking what
Yeah,
science do we have to disregard? And you say people stay dead. Yet you've admitted that it's logically possible that people can be resurrected from the dead. Yes?
yeah, it's logically possible that a
Right.
scientific fact is wrong.
Cool.
I admit that. Yeah.
It's not a scientific fact because scientists are freezing bodies and heads with the goal to raise them from the dead. They are currently dead. Yes?
Depending on your definition of that, but yeah.
Okay. So if it's logically possible to raise somebody from the dead, then all we have to say is if God real, could he not raise Jesus from the dead?
Yeah, but that would be begging the question.
It's not begging the question. I haven't got to that point because your argument is that Christianity is not true because people don't raise from the dead, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so if God is real, could he raise Jesus from the dead?
Yeah.
Okay, so then how is your argument that people don't raise from the dead disproving Christianity?
My argument is if you don't already believe in God, you don't have enough reason to believe in God from historical documents.
Well, we haven't even got to we haven't even gotten to that point. Your argument is Christianity is not true because people don't rise from the dead. If God was real, he could raise him from the dead. So how does him raising from the dead disprove Christianity then?
Yeah, if God is real, then my argument doesn't work, but my argument doesn't assume that God is real.
Right, so then who's begging the question?
I mean, the question is if we have enough evidence to assume that God is real. Like you cannot just like use God as an explanation if we.
Your argument again against it wasn't that we don't have enough evidence that God is real. Your argument was that people don't raise from the dead, right?
Yeah.
Right. So if God real, he could raise from the dead. So does that argument still work?
Yes, because God's not real.
Okay, so is that not begging the question?
I mean, like I could do the same thing. If you say Jesus resurrected, and I could just say, well, if it's impossible for Jesus to resurrect, then he didn't. And you could say, I'm begging the question. I can say no because what if it's impossible for him to resurrect? Like you can always just come up with claims that counter my argument. But that's,
can you try saying that again? I don't understand what you said.
In order to use God as an explanation, you would first need to demonstrate he exists. So you can't just say, well, if God exists.
I'm not saying that God exists. That's not where I've gone. I'm just saying if God did exist, then resurrection is something that you would expect to see. You're saying you're saying your evidence against Christianity is that people don't raise from the dead. So your argument is God not real, right?
Sure, if magic exists, it's also.
I'm not even talking about magic. Your argument is just God's not real. So therefore, your argument is circular. God's not real, so people don't rise from the dead. So Christianity's false, right?
I'm not assuming that God's not real. I can give you arguments for that if you want, but I think.
But that is your argument, right?
No, my argument is there is no like magic or supernatural stuff. So therefore,
right. So God's not real. So therefore, Jesus didn't raise from the dead. That's your argument, yes?
I mean, you can phrase it like that. I wouldn't, but sure.
Okay. How do you know God's not real?
Well, depends on what you mean by God, but it would be like kind of like the same thing.
That's not an argument. So how do you know that God's not real?
How do you define God?
We're just going to say a being with the max great making properties.
I would say we have no reason to believe that such a being exists.
Okay, so I haven't seen it, so therefore it's not real?
No, we don't have reasons to believe this being exists. Therefore,
okay, so I haven't seen it, so therefore it's not real?
I haven't seen it is not the same as we don't have reasons. I haven't seen air, but I have reasons.
What's the difference?
I haven't seen air, but we have reasons to believe that air exists.
Well, when I'm talking about seeing, I'm not using it in the colloquial sense. I'm using it in the idea of like I haven't seen, felt, touched, heard, smelt, right?
I haven't seen
this
numbers.
Your argument?
No. Reasons and seen is different. Like I haven't seen numbers, but I know numbers exist.
Where do numbers exist?
As concepts, I guess.
Can you prove to me a number exists?
I mean, we can you kind of have to accept the mathematical axioms and.
Right. So you're saying I have to accept an axiom. An axiom is something that's evidentially true, or just not evidentially true, is just presupposed to be true without evidence. So again, what is your evidence for mathematics?
Yeah, I guess formal systems are based on axioms. But
right. So it's true because it's true.
Most people also find those axioms intuitively true, and you can reject the mathematical system, but they're often useful, so people don't reject them. I don't know. I don't know how you want me to
So
prove
again,
numbers.
you know numbers are true because they're true.
I wouldn't quite put it that way, but sure.
Okay, can you put it in a different way that's not circular?
How do you prove numbers? Well, I would say numbers are necessary, and there's pretty much like no way to conceive of reality without having some numbers.
So numbers are true because they're true?
Because it's impossible to conceive of a reality where numbers do not exist.
Right, so numbers are true because they're true.
I mean, that's not what I said, but sure.
Okay, then give me the evidence for numbers then.
Look, whenever you think of what is reality, there are some things that you cannot, and you like have to assume, like logic. It's impossible to conceive of a reality without logic. So if you ask me to prove logic, I cannot, because I literally just cannot conceive of a reality without logic. I think numbers are in the same.
Right, so numbers and logic are true because numbers and logic are true.
Because it's impossible to conceive of a reality without them.
That's fine. It's still true because it's true. You're using circular reasoning. You're using numbers to prove numbers, using logic to prove logic.
I said it's because it's impossible to conceive of a reality without them, and you're just saying that's just because it's true. I don't agree. You're like misrepresenting what I'm saying.
That is what you're saying. You haven't provided me any evidence. You're saying they're true because they're true. You're saying I see them in the world. They are just there. They're true.
That's not what I said.
That is what you're saying. Fundamentally, that's what you're saying. If not, provide me the evidence for numbers.
Look, every belief system needs to have something at the foundation that you just assume, right? Agree or not?
I agree that there are axioms. That's perfectly fine. But your original argument is I have no reason at all to believe it's true, so therefore it's false. So your argument is I haven't seen it, so therefore it doesn't exist. And then you said there are things that I don't need to see, that I know that exist, and the example that you used was numbers. So therefore you must give me a justification for why numbers are true. That isn't circular.
Okay.
I'm just following your train of logic.
Okay, so there are some things that all belief systems must assume, all right?
Mm-hmm.
So just because all belief systems need to assume certain things like numbers and logic does not mean that you can just like assume anything and it's on like the same level.
I'm not saying that you can just assume anything. I'm just saying the only reason that you're saying that God doesn't exist is because you haven't seen it. And then you use the argument for there are things that I believe or have reasons to believe that are true, and use the example for numbers, yet you can't give me the reason why you believe numbers are true. You're just saying they're true because they're true.
No, I just said like there are some things you're justifying in taking as axioms because there's like no way to have a worldview without them, right? So that would be like
numbers are true because they're true. So we've gone full circle 20 times. So we're going to go back to it again. So your argument that God is not real because why? Because
God is not one of those things that you need to assume in order to have a worldview.
Okay, so for something to be real, you have to assume it to have a worldview?
No, that's like only the foundational things. So like for any worldview, there are some things you just assume foundationally, and then there are
I'm not talking about a worldview here. I'm talking about the ontology of God. God's not real. Why?
God's not real because we have no reason to believe that he's real.
So God's not real because you haven't seen him.
I wouldn't put it like that, but sure.
Okay, so your argument, I have not seen, so therefore it's not real. So basically, then Jesus Christ doesn't resurrect from the dead. So this is your argument. I haven't seen enough evidence to believe God is real, so therefore God is not real, so therefore Jesus can't rise from the dead, and that contradicts everything that I already currently believe.
I wouldn't say it's just me. I think
I don't care. No. I don't care if it's a whole bunch of other people. I'm asking you about your argument.
Yeah, kind of like that. I wouldn't put it exactly like that, but sure.
Okay. Well, if you wouldn't put it exactly like that, how would you put it? This has been like 20 minutes just trying to understand what you believe.
Yeah, I think we have reason to believe in science. I think whenever a scientific fact runs counter to a historical claim, we take the scientific fact and not the historical claim. And that's why we have good reason to believe that.
Yes, I know what the principle of analogy is. This has nothing to do. If God existed, would you expect to see that Jesus Christ could resurrect?
Yeah, that would improve.
Right. Awesome. Cool. Awesome. So your argument is that he doesn't resurrect because God doesn't exist.
Not necessarily. But
holy fuck.
Yeah.
Can you give me your argument? Because I keep going to where you're logically going, and then you say not necessarily. I wouldn't say it like that way. So how are you saying it?
I'm just saying we have more reason to believe in scientific facts than historical claims.
Again, you don't have to deny scientific facts to believe in a resurrection, right?
Pretty sure you have to.
Why do I have to deny it?
Because everything we know about biology and medicine tells us that people cannot come back to life after dying.
If God is real, could he raise somebody from the dead?
Yes, he could.
So why do I have to deny science?
Well, you also have to deny science to believe in God.
Okay, which scientific thing do I have to deny to believe in God?
That minds cannot be disembodied, for example. There's a lot of stuff, but let's go with that.
Okay, what is the scientific fact that has been put out? Just give me one scientific paper that says that we know for absolute certainty that a mind cannot be disembodied.
Science does not deal in absolute certainty, but everything we know about
you just
minds,
said it has to deny science, right? So then therefore there must be an actual peer-reviewed paper that says that we are more certain about this than anything else. Can you show me?
No, we don't have to be more certain about this than anything else, but everything we know about
neuroscience. Okay, so you do not have a reason for me to believe that minds have to be embodied.
Everything we know about neuroscience, yes.
Then give me the fucking scientific paper that says that.
Every single neuroscientific paper, you can look at any
of
them.
Name a neuroscientist.
Okay, I'll search for a paper for you.
No, without Googling, just name a neuroscientist.
I don't know the names of any neuroscientists off the top of my head.
By the way, we're getting a lot of people saying kick you, so we might have been voted to kick. Are we voting to kick? My friend, you've been voted off the island. God bless. Have a great day.
Okay.
Went full circle like 30 times. Cool guy, Jeff. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you? Cool guy, Jeff. You have to unmute yourself. All right, God bless. Lyron. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you? Yeah, I can hear you. How old are you? All right, man. Let me bring you in. All right, Christianity is the one true religion. Prove me wrong when in taco. Go ahead.
So the reason why I don't think it's the one true religion is because the things that it offers, they already existed long before religion even came into account. I believe religion is a perspective that many people can hold, but it's entirely faith-based. It's believable to those who believe in it, but it's not something that can be provable or observable like numbers are. And so I don't believe there's a case that we're arguing about it being one true religion or not. It's the fact that I think that a lot of the things that it bestows existed before religion even came to account.
Okay, so what's your argument?
So my argument simply is that I don't believe that there is a one true religion for the fact that religion is built upon morality that already existed.
Okay.
So without religion, we still have the morality we have.
How does that disprove the religion?
it deproves the religion because essentially the foundation of what it's based upon already exists. It's like taking an egg and calling it a cookie. Effectively, it doesn't exist because there was something that preceded it that already existed beforehand.
So
We've
if the
taken a
egg,
concept.
hold on. So if the egg existed before the cookie and you made it into a cookie, how does that disprove the cookie?
Because it's not a cookie, you're just renaming it. It's rebranding.
So are you
So
saying a
that's why
cookie
I
is a
say,
renamed egg?
yeah. As in, if we were using that as an example, so I'm saying that
Right.
not
Right.
cookie,
So
the actual
according to
cookie.
you, so according
as
to
well.
you, so according to you, it's considering that the law of thermodynamics says energy cannot be created or destroyed. Nothing actually exists except for a singularity.
That's what I believe. It's just constantly changing form, like humans are. Just like
Right.
me and you,
So you don't
we have
exist.
different perspectives and we don't.
You don't exist.
Not I. You don't. We don't exist in terms of in this present moment because we're constantly changing. Who I was a second ago is not who I am now.
Right, but that's not what you argue. You said the cookie doesn't exist because technically it's a redefined egg. If you want to bring that to its logical conclusion, nothing exists. We're all just a singularity.
Yeah, that is exactly what I believe.
Yeah, so where's the singularity?
So the singularity is at a point where we will never be aware of it. This is why I believe that we
No, where
obviously
is it?
say that there's
Where is
a
it
God.
located? You know what a singularity
It's
is?
located. Yeah, I know what it is, but what I mean
Can
is
you
that
give
it's
me? Can you
existing
tell
at
me
a
what the
point where
singularity was?
the singularity is where things would have begun.
Okay, so everything was at an infinitesimally small point, the singularity at the beginning of the universe. If it's the case that everything is just the singularity, nothing else actually exists, where is the singularity?
This is what I'm trying to explain to you. So we are trying to understand what singularity is with our logic of proceeding after that event. We're not able to comprehend it or to have an answer for it.
Yeah,
This
so
is why we
where
have
is
all
it?
these different perspectives. Say it again.
Where is it?
What, as in like the point of origin, or like what is it you want to know? Because you
No,
could say it's in the middle of a
because you're
black hole. You
saying
could say it's a big bang.
you're saying technically we don't exist. The singularity just exists. So where is the singularity?
And this is what I'm trying to say. Many people will say it's the Big Bang, but again, how can you
I'm
pinpoint
not
where something
asking when it
begins if
was.
you weren't there?
I'm not asking when it was. I'm asking where is it right now?
It's nowhere.
So then it doesn't exist.
No, it does exist, but you can't pinpoint it in the same way that I said. If you took one concept and changed it for a different name, the original concept will still exist in that time, but in the time we're talking about now, it's now changed. Just like me and you at the beginning of this conversation, we have now changed. We are no longer the people who
What do you
started
mean
this.
we have now
So
changed?
you can't
You told that you've said that we don't exist. What do you mean we now? If we don't exist, we can't change.
No, you can exist, but you don't exist as one singular entity. So every second
Do
that
we or
passes
do
by,
we
we are
not
constantly
exist? You're
changing.
changing your standard. Which one is it?
I'm not changing the standard at all.
I'm just
I saw
asking you,
you argue with
clarifying.
the
Do
other.
we or do we not
No,
exist?
I know. So I'm happy to clarify. Just don't say that I'm changing the goalposts
You are
because
changing
it's
the
okay for
goalpost.
us
Can
not
you
to
answer
understand
the
each other.
question? Do we or do
I'm
we
not.
not exist?
I can answer the question, but not in the way that you're trying to rephrase me like you did with the last person.
Can you
What I
just
said
answer
to you
the?
was
Can you answer
is
the
that
question and
I
stop
said
being scared?
I said we exist. I said we exist. I said that we are being rebranded to be something different. You
Okay,
have
so
changed what
then
I've
we
said.
don't exist.
See, you've done it again. I've just started my line with saying that we exist. So how can you take that to mean that we do not?
Okay, so what do you mean when you say rebranded?
Thank you for asking. That's what I was trying to explain. So I'm trying to say to you that we always exist, but we do not exist in the traditional state of what we believe. So I don't exist as iron. I am constantly changing. We are constantly moving. We are constantly becoming something different. We exist as a changing entity. We do not exist as just one singular thing that does not change. Everything around us, trees, wind, people, water, nothing exists as it was a moment ago. So to pinpoint where something begun, you cannot do because it is a constant stage of motion.
Okay, so then the cookie does exist?
The cookie exists in that point of time, but just because I call an egg a cookie does not make the egg a cookie.
Okay, so then the cookie
So
does
just like I
exist.
say with religion, just because you call
Okay,
it,
so to go
go on,
back
go.
to what you said, then the cookie does exist, even though it came from an egg. So again, how is it the fact that religion's false, even though morality was grounded before?
That's the difference. So where you said that it came from, I'm saying to you rebranding it and calling it a different name. That's where I think you had the wires crossed. I'm not saying that the eggs become into a cookie. I'm saying you look at a cookie and you say it's an egg, or you look at an egg and call it a cookie. We call things different names. So where some people will say that morality is based upon religion, or religion is based upon morality, I believe that all of these things existed long before religion existed.
You're just yapping right now. So going back to the original question, that statement you said that it's not the one true religion.
You know what? With all due respect, I'm 39. I've listened to your stream. I would appreciate if you didn't use derogatory terms, because I'm being respectful to you.
Okay,
I haven't used any derogatory terms. I'm
right,
open debate, but I don't believe it's respectful to say people
Lyron, this is not a safe place. If you're here because you want your feelings coddled,
no, I'm not talking about safe space. I'm not like that. I've been through multiple traumas
now,
and that's fine.
Can we go back? Lyron. Let me.
It's iron, actually, please.
Okay, iron.
It's iron.
Iron. Whatever your name is. Okay. The argument that you made is that it's not the true religion because morality came before. How does that make it not the true religion?
Because it's not something that it's been created from. It's changed from what we already had. So it's not a true religion because it's only a perspective of what already existed.
How does that make it not the true religion?
Well, I've just answered it to you. If you don't understand, you could just say you don't understand.
You're just repeating the same thing. You're just saying it was grounded in moral
really not.
Iron,
what I have noticed is that when you've been arguing with people on the stream, you talk over each other and don't allow them to speak. I will not allow you to do the same thing to me. You can't rephrase me, so you're probably better off to cut me off if you can't handle it. If you can't handle intelligent debate, then it's better to say that.
Okay, I apologize. Where's the intelligent debate?
The intelligent debate is that rather than you actually listening to the people you have on your guests and streams, you rephrase what they say. Even now, you're trying to interrupt as I tried to explain to you.
So where's the intelligent debate?
The intelligent debate would be if you're able to listen to a point from start to finish.
No.
If you don't understand it, then admit that you can't understand it and ask someone to elaborate. What you do instead is you rephrase and then get the person then to be trapped into what you're stating.
Okay, so again,
I've seen it happen a few times. I've been watching your stream for a while.
Where's the intelligent debate?
See, even now, I explained it to you and you weren't able to answer it. Why didn't you answer the question?
Right,
so repeating the same thing you're saying.
So remember how you said that if you don't understand, ask the clarifying question. If you don't understand what I'm asking, ask the clarifying question. You're trying to give an argument. Where's the intelligent argument? Where actually is it? Can I see it?
No, you said intelligent debate, and I stated what the intelligent debate was, and you're asking me the same question. So would you like me to rephrase it in a way that you might understand?
I would like you to rephrase it in a way that's actually intelligent.
See, so you changed it again. You rephrased, like I just said. I said in a way that you'd understand, and you said it in a way that's actually intelligent. So you're then dismissing what I stated as intelligent because you don't understand.
It's pretty stupid. So can you give it to me in a way that's intelligent?
Thank you for confirming. I came onto your stream, got what to see how you'd respond. You've confirmed to me that you don't know how to actually debate and you rephrase instead. So have a good day, but you don't know how to debate. Carry on with what you're doing.
All right. God bless. You're still here? He's so intelligent that he doesn't realize he actually has to leave the program. There we go. Okay. I don't know how you guys are getting in here. H-I-H. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Hello.
Hi, how old are you?
15.
God bless. Cool guy Jeff. Hello, how are you? And how old are you?
He tried to come on later, earlier.
Mm-hmm. He slipped back in again. I'm gonna have to. If this mic doesn't work, I'm gonna send him to the timeout room. Okay, timeout room. Or Rubru, or I can't say your name, but hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you? And just before you go, sorry.
If you change my insult to an insult of me, you don't know how to debate. Restarted individual.
If you change my insult to an insult of me, you don't know how to debate. Fair enough. Sorry, man. How old are you?
24, and you pronounce it Ouroboros.
Ouroboros. Oh, like the is that like the Northern Lights?
No, it's it means eternal cycle. You ever see the description of a snake eating its own tail?
Yeah, I've seen that. All right, man. Christianity is the one true religion. Prove me wrong when to talk. I'll go ahead.
Um.
I was
Well,
thinking of Aurora Borealis. Go ahead. Yeah.
you guys use the Bible to support Christianity.
Yes.
Which version?
There is only one version of the Bible. There's different translations.
That's what I mean. Which translation, if you had to pick?
I don't pick a translation. I use several of them.
So they're basically, for all intents and purposes, they're all equal standing.
No, because translations are going to have problems no matter what. Because when you take a translation, you have to trust the scholar. The scholar is going to interpret the intended meaning by the author correctly, and that can be difficult sometimes. This is why you have meaning for meaning and word for word translations. If you do a word for word translation, if you don't understand the original grammatical structure of like Koine Greek or Hebrew, you might get lost in what they're trying to convey. You do for meaning, then you have to trust that the scholar understood that and is conveying that properly. So there could be certain problems with translations. That's why I don't trust any singular translation.
Okay, I just wanted to know. I know some people they have a preference. I have a verse that I wanted to give to you, but I can't think of it off the top of my head. I gotta ask the second person. What's that verse? The Romans? Is it 120 or?
Oh, Romans 1:20.
Romans 1:20. It seems to imply that people, if they just look around, there's enough knowledge for them to believe in a God. I look around and I see nature and stuff, but it doesn't seem like it's being guided by a mind. You know which verse I'm talking about?
Yeah, I'm just waiting for the argument.
Okay, nature doesn't seem to point towards a God. It points towards natural laws that are being followed, but they're not being directed by a thinking being, which
Okay.
is the God you believe in, a God that you can even pray to.
Yeah, so that's your philosophical interpretation, right? There are lots of philosophies that have driven over time that simply state that by looking at the universe, you have to conclude a God. And so, for example, Aristotelian philosophy was built off that foundation of the first mover, right? This idea that everything had to be grounded in this necessary being, and this kind of continued throughout history. So, as it seems, as people study nature and look at nature, they conclude that there should be a God. You personally haven't done that. That doesn't mean that it doesn't happen.
No, I'm saying, why does the Bible say that it doesn't say that there is enough proof in nature to prove a God? Why does it say it?
I don't think you listened to what I said. Can you just steel man what I said? Because I answered that question.
You basically said that even if it doesn't, could you restate it one more time?
Right. So you weren't listening.
Oh,
So
I
again,
was listening. Please don't be disingenuous. Just restate it for me.
you weren't listening. So
I was listening. Disingenuous. Be nice. I'll
no,
reciprocate it. Just restate it.
no, you weren't listening. And that's perfectly fine. You weren't listening. So now what I said is that there are people all the time that look at the world and come to the conclusion that God exists. For example, Aristotle looked at the world and came to the conclusion that you had to have some sort of first mover. This was built off the foundation that Thomas Aquinas built off. He used his philosophy to go into these logical conclusions. Now, there are a lot of philosophers that have done this throughout time by simply observing the universe, come to the logical conclusion that God must exist. You have a different philosophy. You have concluded naturalism. So how does this disprove Christianity, the Romans 1:20 verse?
Yeah, because it's using it to try to justify a personal God that you can pray to, where you could just acknowledge laws of the
Says it's
universe.
self-evident.
It says in Romans 1:20, God's invisible attributes, such as his eternal power, divine nature, have been clearly seen through his creation since
Mm-hmm.
the world was created. That's
Mm-hmm.
what Romans 1:20 says.
Yep.
I don't see it. I know other people that don't see it. I obviously occupy the same world you do whenever I get up in the morning. It doesn't point towards a God. It points
Right.
towards anything but.
Is it self-evident that the world is round?
If you go out and look a little bit, it becomes very self-evident.
Great. Are there people that think the world is flat?
There are people, yeah.
Right. Do they live in the same world that you do?
They live in the same world I do, but they haven't actively went out and actually looked.
Yes, they have. There are flat earthers who literally do full-time experiments and spend their entire life trying to prove that the earth is flat.
Would you say their experiments are actually like straightforward, or are they a little skewed?
Yeah, so I'd argue that your philosophy is probably a little skewed. That's why you came to your conclusion. But your argument is that we both live in the
No, the
same world. So
flat earthers are a
hold
little
on, I'm still
skewed.
speaking. Your argument is that we both live in the same world, so therefore we should both come to the same conclusion because it's self-evident is ridiculous because it's self-evident that the world is round, even though they live in the same world, they don't come to the same conclusion.
Hey, he didn't say it. The Bible did.
They don't come to the same conclusion because they don't actually go out and look at the world. The way that they decide that the earth is flat instead
They
of us being on
literally
a
do.
sphere,
There's entire documentaries on this. Do 5 seconds of
do
research,
you,
please.
do you think the earth is flat or do you think it's round?
I think it's round.
So their reasoning is wrong. Their way
Agreed.
that they view the world, they don't have it. Their internal understanding and the external understanding don't correct.
Right. So your reasoning for why there is no God is wrong.
I
just
think
say
you
the
had it
same
backwards, but we're
argument.
trying to disagree. Can I ask you about your beliefs in an afterlife?
Why is that relevant?
We're just, we're done with this point.
But why is it
So
relevant?
I don't believe in an afterlife. You do. I'm not going to criticize your beliefs of hell. I am interested in what you believe about heaven.
Why is it relevant?
Why can't I just jump to a different topic as if this was a normal conversation? It's
Because
like
we're
I'm
not
talking
in a
to an
normal
AI.
conversation. We're having a debate on whether or not Christianity is the one true religion. If you can tell me why this would prove or disprove Christianity being the one true religion, then we can have a conversation about it, right?
Sure, the concept of heaven as it's portrayed leads to some really disturbing things if you actually go down the rabbit hole.
Okay, it's disturbing based off which standard?
Okay, do you believe we're going to be happy in heaven for eternity?
Let's say I am.
Okay. There are people who, not everyone that they love and care about, the people that make the person who they are, they don't make it into heaven.
Mm-hmm.
Those people exist, right?
Mm-hmm.
How is that person supposed to be the same person and be happy for all of eternity if the people who made them who they were are either not there or they don't remember them or they're content with them being in a place of punishment for eternity? How could they be the same person or how could they be happy?
Yeah, God just removes their inability to be unhappy. What's the problem?
You become a pathetic parody of yourself. You're no longer who you
Okay,
were.
sure.
Why
So
would you want that for an eternity?
oh, great. So how does this disprove Christianity?
You're advocating for a belief system where whenever you go to the afterlife, you are fundamentally different.
Sure, let's say that's true. I don't agree with that, but I'm just going to grant your argument. It's true. How does it disprove Christianity?
It's showing the flaws in that it's a man-made religion that hasn't been thought out very well. Saying
Okay,
things
so
like you're going to be eternally happy and then problems like this.
okay, so your argument is I don't like the way it makes me feel, so therefore it's false.
What did I say? You steel man me now.
Yeah, so you said that they haven't fully thought about it or fleshed it out, so therefore it creates problems, but you're not giving me a reason why they haven't fully thought about it or
That's
fleshed
not
it out.
exactly what I said.
Hold
That's
on.
not
You haven't
exactly
given
what
me a
I said.
reason. You haven't given me a reason why they haven't fully thought about it or fleshed it out outside of the fact that you don't like the way it makes you
I
feel.
wasn't being literal. I was reciprocating what you did earlier to me with your saying I wasn't listening. It went over your head.
So if you
Why
weren't
don't
being
you use
literal,
the
then why'd you
acronym
ask
for
me to
your name?
steel man it?
Why don't you use the acronym for your name?
But hold on. If you weren't
EJS,
being
low
just
job satisfaction. It'd be much
just a
better, my man, than
real
big man
quick
steel.
question. If you weren't being literal, why did you ask me to steel man your argument?
Because you steel manned it wrong, and just like how you said, "Oh, you just
But
weren't listening
how
before."
am I supposed to
gonna say
steel man
you
it
weren't listening
correctly?
before.
How am I supposed to steel
You
man it
didn't. You
correctly
didn't
if you're not being
regurgitate what I
literal?
said word for word. You didn't regurgitate what I said word for word. So you weren't listening. By your own logic, you used on me at the beginning of this podcast.
Just to be clear, you intentionally weren't literal, and then when I steel man how you literally said it, you said I wasn't correct because you weren't literal?
No, you stated what I said wrong.
Okay.
You should really
So
use the
if I am
acronym
wrong
more.
in your steel man, I apologize for not listening correctly. Can you steel man it for me so I can better understand?
See, now why wouldn't you let me pass in it that easy at the beginning of this conversation?
You didn't apologize for not listening.
Pompous preachers thinking they're pious, preaching from pulpits. Ridiculous. You should use your acronym more. BJS,
tried
low
this
job
joke.
satisfaction. It's great. You should use that acronym more, man.
You tried that joke 3 times. Move on.
Okay, so
I
again,
did.
I
Yes,
apologize
all
for not
that.
listening. Are you
Yes.
going to give me your argument?
Yeah, I'm willing to take a step back if we acknowledge we're going to reciprocate how we treat each other, because I sure as hell will.
Yeah, so are you going to make your argument or no?
I'll tell you another reason. The concept of souls
So the answer is
doesn't fit
no?
in biology.
You're not going to repeat
Gods
you're
are
going to move
dead.
on to a
Human
different point?
has killed them. They're unneeded. They're as
So,
outdated
so
as
he's gish
unnecessary for
galloping.
most of us.
All right, so you have been voted off. I was going to let you keep going, but enough people have voted you out, so I appreciate you and God bless you.
Remember,
Chicken.
gods are
We're
for
all
the weak.
tired of this. I'm pulling you out, John.
Thank you. Appreciate you. I do got to use the washroom real quick. Abby, entertain the masses.
That was frustrating. I just like how they're always like, can we please be nice? And then they're not nice, which is fine, but be consistent. I am moderating here, which to be honest doesn't really provide me a lot of work because we tolerate a lot. My day was pretty good. I went to visit my sister. She gave me fresh sourdough. It was delicious. I don't want to do the W's in the chat dance. John can do that. John can make a fool of himself. I'm just gonna sit here. John, I don't know if this is a weird... I don't know if I'm getting trapped, but John's like pinky toe is double jointed, and so it like sticks out.
It's double jointed?
Your pinky toe.
Why do you just keep telling them weird things about me every time
I
I
keep
leave?
asking.
I leave and they're like, here's a weird thing about John.
I don't have a favorite Pokemon because I'm not a nerd.
She is a nerd. She's not a nerd for Pokemon. David, hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you? I'm good, man. How old are you? All right, man, let me bring you in. All right, Christianity is the one true religion. Prove me wrong when to talk. I'll go ahead.
First off, thanks for having me on. It's been
No
an
problem.
interesting day. I think you and I could probably both agree that there is a higher power, call it God for now, and we'll go from there. Does that sound fair?
Sure.
So, one true religion would have to either disprove all the religions or establish what makes Christianity the one true religion. Are we going to go with the Bible for that?
Yeah, so I would use the Bible to establish Christianity, but I'd also use historical context and what you would expect to see if the Bible was true.
All right, outstanding. So, I want to go back to one more point before we even go there. Sorry. The one guy who's talking about the resurrection, there is a medical way to justify that. It's called the Lazarus effect. So that actually would help to cover the resurrection part. But before we get into that, let's go to the 10 Commandments. So, thou shalt not kill. Pretty straight rule, right?
No, it's not as straight as people think. In the context of what they were trying to say, if you take it in context of the 613 commandments and what the culture was, it's more better translated to thou shalt not murder.
Is that for any particular reason? Or is a valid reason for murder?
Yeah, so murder would be a justified killing, right? Killing would be an unjustified killing.
All right, so killing for food is okay.
Killing for food is okay?
I'm asking you.
I don't
It's your
know.
interpretation of it.
There's a lot of context that you'd have to take in. So is this argument going to be God does bad things I don't like, so therefore false?
No, it's not that God does bad things, so false. It's that God created all things, correct?
God created all metaphysical, so God created anything that has ontological properties outside of himself.
Why don't animals follow the 10 Commandments other than humans?
I don't know.
Right there, doesn't that kind of make the Bible not really work for you?
No, why?
If those God's word and God's supposed to follow, and everyone's supposed to follow God's words, when all animals know not to kill,
No,
not to
why?
murder for any particular reason,
No, why?
because they still do.
No, what I'm saying is,
Correct?
why does this disprove God
It
or
doesn't
the Christian
disprove
God
God.
or the Christian God? Why does it disprove the Christian God? He's gone. He left.
What?
I think he probably just lost connection because I don't think he was just going to leave off that.
No. That was weird. The 10 Commandments weren't given to animals.
Yeah, no.
I don't understand.
One true religion. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you? One true religion. All right, God bless. Let's do some super chats. I've been neglecting my babies. Kyber said, "Is this guest Muhammad Hijab sound similar? Probably not. That'd be wild if it was, though." Hello, how are you? Is real. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, Christ is King and Abby is beautiful. Amen. Thank you both for amazing work. God bless everybody in the chat. Thank you. We remember this one. Kick him. We're all tired of this. I'm pulling you out. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Appreciate the salvation there. I don't know how people keep doing that. One true religion. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you? You're 30? Okay, let me bring you in. All right, Christianity is the one true religion. Prove me wrong when a taco.
Yeah, simple. Christian dilemma. So Christianity uses the
Christian
Torah.
dilemma.
The Torah affirms the oneness of God, and Christianity says God is three. Simple. You can affirm the Torah, and the Torah is saying God is one, and then come and say God is three. Doesn't make sense.
It's not pre-recorded. Hello. Oh, he got us, guys. Christianity has now been disproved. Where should I send the taco?
Give it as a gift to the Palestinian.
All right, awesome. I'll do that. God bless. Anything else?
No, that's it.
All right, appreciate you. That was the lowest argument I've ever heard in my life. The Christian dilemma. That wasn't even worth the oxygen I would waste on it. All right, let's move on. There's no hate like Christian love. Oh no, look, a Christian disagreed with me. Look at all the hatred. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you? Truth matters. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you? Okay, God bless. My fire, my one desire.
Lord Stryker said one could argue that you seem unhyped because you skipped the stand fast speech.
Probably. I think we got trolled because I'm literally going through the whole queue and no one's joining. That's it. That's the whole... Oh, no. Thomas, hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you? How old are you? All right, let me bring in. Christianity is the one true religion. Prove me wrong when a taco. Go ahead.
Okay, I would like to ask you, why do you think Christianity in particular? Why not all the other?
Yeah, because of the death and resurrection of Jesus Christ.
And that's an argument how?
Yeah, so if Jesus Christ died on the cross and resurrected from the dead, then the probability of Christianity true skyrockets. And I think there's enough historical evidence to claim that that is the best explanation considering all the data.
And this data comes from where?
It comes from the Bible.
And that's your only source?
The Bible is not a singular source.
Even, I like, sure, you can have like the Old Testament and the New Testament, and all the
Those
different
aren't
translations.
sources either. Those are categories, right? It's talking about the covenant that was made. So the Old Testament is when the original covenant was made. The New Testament was the new covenant that was made, or the New Testament, so to speak. So in the scripture, if we're talking about specifically for Jesus's resurrection, we have the 4 Gospels. So those are 4 independent sources. We have the book of Acts, which is a fifth source. And then we have the epistles, which would mostly be Paul, but there are some like James and Peter in there. So we'd have multiple attestations in this. And then when we're looking at the Gospels and Acts, we have 21 eyewitness accounts. So we have multiple sources that confirm that he died and resurrected.
But aren't all those sources talked about as if they came from the group of the people that knew each other pretty much?
Yep.
So I would still consider this as a single source.
Why?
Maybe 2 sources. Maybe 2 sources, like Old Testament and New Testament.
Again,
like,
the New Testament and Old Testament wouldn't be sources, right? That's a category error. So you haven't given me a reason why I would say that these aren't 21 eyewitness accounts.
If you say that Google comes with some claim of some sort, would you say it's multiple sources because their board
Google doesn't make
how many
claims.
people?
Google's a search engine.
No, I mean like Google company. Or now Alphabet, sorry, now Alphabet. Yeah.
What?
Google is owned by some company.
Google is owned by
this
Google.
Company, now it's Alphabet, I believe.
Okay.
And their board of directives counts some number of people. And if that company claimed something to be true, would you still think it's
I have no
that
idea
many
what
sources?
I have no idea what you're trying to say. Can you try rephrasing it?
I'm trying to say that if some idea comes from group of people that basically know each other and sit around and think about something and make the same claim that Christianity is the religion, basically, I would consider this as a single source. Yes, multiple people, but single
No,
idea.
it's still multiple sources. That doesn't mean that the source is true. You have to ask the question of, are they trying to convey accurate and true information? And I think things like undesigned coincidence shows that Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John are trying to convey accurate and true information and not trying to tell a lie. So there's a lot more data that you have to dive into. It's not 12 people sat around a fire and said, hey, let's make up a story about how Jesus resurrected so we can get ourselves killed. There's no reason to believe that.
But I believe that you would find similar like stories about people from other religions that thought that their religion was I don't know.
Right. Everybody
honestly,
says this to me. I've had hundreds of people say to me that you're going to see similar stories in all other religions. So why don't you believe them? And I ask every one of these people to show me the similarities in these other religions, and every one of them says, I don't know, but they must exist. So I don't think they
because
exist.
I was not educated in any religious side, and Christianity is the one that's closest to Western society, right?
So if you show me a religion that has a one-to-one comparison with what happened with Jesus, I would have to say that there's enough information to say that religion is also true. Can you show me that religion?
No, to be fair, I don't believe in any god right now, but I could understand how people believe in higher power, as it is. What I do not understand is when you see all those different religions, how can you be so sure that one of them is right, basically?
Because of the death and resurrection of Jesus Christ. We just went over this.
Yeah. And I think we differ in view on that one.
You haven't given me a reason why. You're just saying, nuh-uh. That's your argument so far.
Yeah. I think we differ on that one because I think this is just an idea of people. I don't see any.
Why should I believe that?
Yeah, like books were written by people. I don't see a reason for God there.
So your argument is
and
not.
Yeah. No.
Okay.
I'm trying to be genuine here. Every book that I have seen has been written by a human, right? I think we
Yep.
can agree that all the Bible books were written by a human.
Every single book that has ever been written in history was written by a human that we know of.
Yes. And so when these books were written by a human, even if I would believe, and maybe I believe, that they believed the things they have written,
Mm-hmm.
not all of them, but let's say some of them, I can give you that, but I just don't think that those people would have the correct idea of all the possibilities. And yes, if you say that the
So you're
that
not you're not
you would
giving
believe
me
that,
you're not giving me any hypothesis here. You're not giving me an argument. Your argument is literally nuh-uh. And I know you're adding more to it, more words to it, but you're just saying it could be all these sorts of different ideas. So therefore, as long as it could be all sorts of these different ideas, it's not your idea. Well, I've given you a reason why I think my idea works, right? We haven't gone through all the data because that's going to take a long time, but I've given you a justification. You're giving me a possibility. I need a justification. Just because something is possible doesn't mean it's probable. Why should I believe that these people made it up or were confused or any other hypothesis outside of Jesus Christ resurrected?
yes, I'm giving you a possibility because your argument works only if you think that that was the only possibility.
Possibility isn't probability. I do not think it's the only possibility. I think the probability is higher under my high hypothesis that Jesus Christ resurrected because the things that I would expect to see do happen. I think it explains most of the data. You're saying it's possible they just made shit up. Sure, that's possible. Why should I believe it?
Yeah, why should you?
Why should I believe they just made shit up?
And no, the other way around. Why would you believe they didn't?
Right. The reason I don't think that they did it is because all the things that happen is what I'd expect to see if there's an actual resurrection. We see
And
a huge rise. Hold on. We see a huge rise in Christianity. We see Pliny the Younger executing Christians, claiming that he resurrected from the dead. We see the earliest source being 1 Corinthians 15:3, saying that Jesus Christ resurrected. We see these undesigned coincidences where these four gospels all explain each other in ways that could not have been done if they were plotting or intentionally trying to do something wrong, or if they were copying from each other because they get things incorrect about each other as well through these undesigned coincidences. We see them getting accurate information true about history, including geography, people, locations, where they were going, how they would travel, all the way up to what Richard Bauckham notes is the correct namings that would have been used in Palestine in this time period. These namings would have been lost after the temple was destroyed because Jews were scattered and there was new names that came in. There's no Google at this time. They also get undesigned coincidence correct about how the currency was for this time. So it shows us that the authors were there, we're trying to give accurate information, and we're trying to be truthful. The best hypothesis that explains all this data is that Jesus Christ resurrected. Now you're saying it's possible it could have been all these other things. So for example, Bart Ehrman gives an argument that it's possible that Jesus had a twin. Right? He says there's too much data to say that they just made it up or it's a swoon theory. He says there's too much of that information. So a hypothesis he brings forward is Jesus had a twin and they were convinced that Jesus resurrected because of his twin, right? He says, does he believe that? Probably not, but it's more likely than he resurrected. But there is zero data for me to believe that he had a twin. So it seems to me that my hypothesis explains the data better and nobody's yet to bring a hypothesis that does.
Sure, I can see your point. Although where my thinking differs there is that all the other written history would suggest that there is no possibility for miracles, though.
Okay, so your argument isn't that they made shit
But
up.
no, I
argument.
give you that. I give you that the arguments make sense.
Okay, so then you're just
I'm
saying
just telling
that.
you where we differ in view. Yeah.
So you're saying he didn't resurrect because people don't rise from the dead.
I'm saying that it makes it very, very improbable.
Why?
Out of all the other possibilities, because
why is it improbable?
From statistical evidence that people don't rise from that, and not because of a miracle. right?
Okay.
Like
So you're saying
there could also
because
be the
it,
possibility
okay.
that
So
he just wasn't dead before.
you're saying statistically it's improbable, right? So you're saying everything's
Yes.
based, you're saying the logic's based off statistics. Let me just ask you a quick question. If I flip a coin right now, what are the odds it's going to land on heads or tails?
If it's fair coin, it's 50%.
I'm sorry?
If it's fair coin, it's 50%.
Okay, so then you don't hold the statistics, you hold the Bayesian probability. Because if you held the statistics, you would have to look at every coin that was ever flipped and conclude what is the likelihood of the next one being flipped based off everyone that was ever flipped before. So you can't say it's 50-50 if you're holding on to statistical probability.
No, like all of the coins that were sort of fair were sort of landing in a 50-50 region. If
How do
you
you know
would
that?
measure all those, you can just flip a coin at your table and see for
Right, but that's
yourself that
not
it's
statistical
gonna be 50-50.
probability. That's Bayesian probability.
Sure, but that may be just pulling me by the word, but it's still probability.
Right, so with Bayesian probability, if God existed, what is the likelihood that Jesus would be resurrected?
I don't know. I guess I wasn't educated enough for distinguishing between statistics and Bayesian probability.
That's fine. I mean, that's why I've explained it to you, right? So if God exists, what is the likelihood that Jesus Christ would resurrect? Does it increase or decrease?
Increase, but
Okay, so
still,
it would increase,
yes.
right?
But
And
I don't. There is this presumption that God exists first.
I'm not presuming that God exists. You're saying people don't rise from the dead, so therefore he didn't rise from the dead. But if God does exist, then he would have rose from the dead.
No. The probability goes a little bit higher. Does not necessarily
A
mean that
little bit
that's
higher?
what would happen. Yes,
Why
because
just a little bit?
there are still plenty of other options of how the God can be, and if Jesus was actually God's son and stuff like that. Like the Christianity wouldn't have to be still correct.
Fine, let me rephrase. If the Christian God exists, what's the probability that Jesus Christ resurrected?
I don't know. I just know that it would be a little bit higher than if the God did not exist.
I'm not talking about a God, I'm talking about the Christian God. If the Christian God exists, the one that was always in the Old Testament, the ones that gave the prophecies, the ones that spoke about Jesus coming in the future, the one where Jesus talks about him being the one that comes like the Son of Man in the Gospel of Daniel, that literally prophesies about his death happening, what is the
Yeah,
probability of him
then it would be
resurrecting?
100%. But then you're presuming that it's the Christian God, and we're back to the square one. Why
Right,
do you think
right.
that?
So your argument that people don't rise from the dead doesn't work because you're presupposing the Christian God isn't true to get to that argument.
Yes.
Right. So you need to give me a reason to say why the Christian God isn't true. You can't say because people don't rise from the dead.
No, I'm just saying that because we don't see people rise from the dead, it may be a clue that there are no miracles, therefore there is no God, therefore there was no
Right. So you're using an
resurrection.
argument. So again, if the Christian God was real, you would expect to see Jesus rise from the dead. Jesus rose from the dead, so therefore the Christian God is real. That's the argument that I'm flipping on your head. You're saying the Christian God is not real, so therefore you shouldn't
No, the
expect people to raise from the dead.
implication goes one way, not the other, unless you somehow prove it that it goes the other way. If
What I'm saying is your
Christian God,
argument. What I'm saying is your argument doesn't work as it's something to disprove Christianity. You can't say people don't rise from the dead, so therefore it's not true. Because
I'm
if the
not trying
Christian
to
God was
disprove
real, people would rise from the dead.
that may be a misunderstanding. I may not be trying to disprove Christianity that it absolutely never existed. I'm just trying to figure out why would people think that it's the only possibility.
Because it is what the data explains. And I'm
I
not
think
saying
there
it's the
is
only
more data
possibility.
to suggest that there are no miracles.
What is the data to suggest that there are no miracles?
The rest of the history where no miracle had happened.
That's statistical probability, which we've already confirmed you don't hold till.
I don't think that's correct?
Yes,
Like,
because if you flip the
have you
coin, you
seen
said
any
it's
other miracle? Have
50-50.
you?
You didn't use statistics to come to that conclusion. You used Bayesian probability.
Can you please explain that?
So statistical probability is when you look at events that have happened throughout history and then try to conclude what is the likelihood that that event is going to happen again. That's a statistical probability. There's a whole bunch of problems with statistical probability because you have to figure out categories in which to determine that. Bayesian probability is going to be the odds based off prior knowledge is going to be an actual thing. And then just what is the likelihood in general, what you would expect to see if things are true. So for example, an idea of a Bayesian probability is if you walk out into the woods and you see an abandoned cabin, what are the odds that an abandoned cabin is empty? It's pretty high. But then let's say you see smoke coming out of the chimney. Well, all of a sudden those odds go lower because you have updated information that is going to change the information about it being abandoned or not. If you use statistical probability, you're simply going to go out into the woods and say, what are the statistics of being abandoned? Well, you're just going to look at all cabins that are in the woods, and you're going to say the odds of it being abandoned are 40% because all cabins in the wood are 40% of them are abandoned. You're not going to take in the information of it having a chimney or if there's smoke coming out, or if there's a hot cup of tea on there. This is the difference between the two.
But it may still hold some value. It may not be particularly favorite
I'm
for
not
us
saying
to have a
statistics don't have value,
cabin,
right? It
right?
works in gambling,
Yeah.
sure. But all I am saying here is you cannot say we don't see people rise from the dead, so therefore Jesus didn't rise from the dead. That doesn't work. Because if the Christian God was real, then Jesus would rise from the dead.
How does that? No, I'm saying that if there, my category is, are there miracles or are there no miracles? Like, and by we would have to define what a miracle is, right? At that point. So, do you have ready-made definition of what a miracle is?
Yeah, I would just say a miracle is God's intervention.
Okay. Which would need for us to define. Okay, we can define the category as has God's intervention ever happened or not? That can be a category we can then compare. Has it ever happened in the history or not?
Right.
Right.
I
And
agree.
at that point, your only data point would be the resurrection, and your data for which would prove that would be the Bible.
Yep.
And yes, Bible, multiple books, multiple authors, sure. But I'm just saying that the rest of the history, no such thing has ever been recorded.
Yeah, fine. How many Big Bangs have happened?
We don't know. So far, we know about one. And
Okay, so
we
we
don't
only
know if
know
that's
of one
happened
Big
ever.
Bang. Did the Big Bang happen?
So are we gonna go about the? Sure. Look, I'll give you the plus, and then again, I can understand why people believe in
Well, you're
a
not
higher power
really
that
answering my
created
question.
the.
You're kind of dodging at this point. So, you're arguing that this is one particular event. We don't see it happen throughout history, so therefore this event didn't happen. But yet you'd say the Big Bang happened, even though we only have one recording of the Big Bang. Why the inconsistency?
I don't think it has been a higher power intervention. I am just willing to give people the idea that it was. I can understand how people think that.
Sorry?
I don't believe it was higher power intervention, but I can understand why.
Okay, so your argument is not.
It's thoughtful. Yes.
Okay, awesome.
But
All
I
right,
am
man.
thinking about keeping it not.
Well, I do appreciate you being cordial, but if there's nothing else, I'll jump on to the next person.
Okay.
All right, man. God bless.
At least he's honest.
Yeah, appreciate him. Got a super chat. Oscar came in $4.99. Muslim Christians only have one source. Meanwhile, Muhammad received revelation alone in a cave with no witnesses. Trust me, bro. Not wrong. You're not wrong. Meerkat, hello. How are you? And just real quick, how old are you? I'm good, man. Let me bring you in. Christianity is the one true religion. Prove me wrong. Win a taco. Go ahead.
So first of all, I've got some allergies or something. So if it sounds like I'm clearing my throat, I do apologize beforehand.
You're all good, man. I appreciate the warning.
Second of all, quick question just to establish a baseline. Are you a literal Bible believer or more of a metaphorical Bible believer?
I take the literal parts literal, the metaphorical parts metaphorical.
All right. So when it comes to something like Noah's Ark, is that a literal or metaphorical?
I take it as a literal story talking about a local flood, although scholars like Matthew Lynch has argued that it's parable, that it's not meant to be taken literal. You could take either interpretation, wouldn't change anything.
So you believe it was more of a local thing?
Yeah, I think it was a localized flood.
All right. In that case, so I know I kind of started with that. I'm going to kind of change where I'm going to go with my direction. So when it comes to that, though, like, because I feel like you bring up a good point, when it comes to locality, I believe that the locality of the Bible makes the God a massive contradiction with himself if he's supposed to be all powerful.
Okay, what is P and not P?
Sorry?
So you said he's a contradiction. So what is P and not P?
What do you mean by that?
So like in philosophical conversation, when we're talking about contradictions, there is P. So this would be like, for example, a square, and not P would be not a square, right? So it'd be like a circle. So that'd be P and not P. So if you told me you had a square round room, I'm not going to believe you because you have P, which is circle, and you have not P, which is square. Those things both cannot be true at the same time. So you're saying there's a contradiction with the Christian God, then you're telling me there's a P and there's a not P. And I'm asking you what those two things are.
Well, basically what it is if I logically think about what a God would be, if he's supposed to be all powerful, he's supposed to be able to do a lot of stuff. He makes a lot of focus on a certain amount of people in a small square area of the world. All right, hold up. Sorry. My phone tried to update software. I wasn't sure if it kicked me. But so to me, it's kind of like if I was a God, logically, I want to save as many people as I can. Correct?
No.
Would you not?
No. So I think what's happening here is armchair psychology, not logic. So basically, what you're saying is hold on. Let me explain what I mean when I say armchair psychology. What you're basically saying is that God is behaving in a way that I would not behave, so therefore it's not true.
I wouldn't say that necessarily. I would say that if God is behaving in a way that I would not, that he wouldn't be a good God. Because I feel like as a person, I'm pretty decent. I'm not great. I'm not terrible, but I can do better than the current God of the Bible.
Okay. So,
and to me, if we're going to talk about armchair psychology, your God should be able to talk to everyone, correct?
Okay.
The message of the Bible, the way your God acts, he should be able to go to the layman, correct? As a layman, I should look at a God and be like,
hold on. You're kind of going
correct?
on a big tangent. I just want to clarify. So your argument here at this point is God not good, so therefore he's not real.
I wouldn't say God not good, therefore not real. I would say God claimed good, not actually good at what he's doing. So either he's not a great God or he shouldn't exist.
Okay, so you're admitting that even if God doesn't meet your standard of good, he would still exist?
I would definitely be open to accepting a God that may or may not that may exist, but I may not accept that God as my personal God.
Okay. So at this point, there's nowhere for us to go because it has nothing to do with whether or not it exists or if Christianity is the one true religion. You don't want to accept him as your one true God. Hold on, let me land this point. You don't want to accept him as the one true God, and I will just say good luck with that.
I would say though that this call show isn't you convincing me; it's me talking to you about your belief. Correct? So
Well,
it doesn't
it's a
matter if I
little
accept your God or not, correct?
little bit of both here, right? So back and forth, right? We're both trying to convince each other of each other's viewpoints. I believe the Christian God is true. You don't think so, but you've originally said that this isn't a point that disproves the Christian God. You just wouldn't worship him, and that's fine. I would.
I wouldn't say it
So
proves a Christian God. That's a little bit different. I said that it could explain the God, but I wouldn't think that's a worthy God of following.
yeah, that's fine. So what I'm saying is you would not follow this God. I would follow this
Correct.
God. That doesn't move us forward. I will just wish you good luck on Judgment Day.
So that kind of defeats the whole purpose of taco. I'm not giving you a taco, right?
No, I just give people tacos. No one has to give me a taco.
Yeah, so it's me to talk to you, correct? I know it's a back and forth. I agree it's a back and forth, but I think my standard, because you've already talked to multiple people who already believe in a God, correct? Yeah,
I've
the only
spoken
difference
to
is I could
thousands of
admit that
people,
your
yeah.
God exists. I wouldn't follow him.
Yeah, so you that's fine. So then I win the debate because Christianity still is the one true religion, but you wouldn't follow him. So I wish you good luck.
I wouldn't say you won the debate. I just said that if this God exists, he's not a great God.
Right,
And
but
what I want to know
what
is
is the
why would you
topic?
want to follow or
What is
the
the topic?
topic is we have an all-powerful God who
No,
decided that like
it's
100
right
people in
it's
the
right above
desert
my
are
head.
special.
Right when you joined, you read it. What did it say?
I am not looking at it. Prove
Right,
me
so
wrong and I get a taco.
Right, so it says Christianity is the one true religion, right? Or Jesus rose from the dead, depending on which screen you're looking at. But just Christianity is the one true religion. You just admitted that God exists. All right, could exist. Sorry.
No, I did not admit
Hold on.
that God
I
exists.
I corrected myself. Please
could.
listen. Please listen. He could exist. Yeah, I corrected that. Right. So that God could exist. So if that God could exist, then Christianity is still the one true religion. But you said you wouldn't follow that God. That's fine. I wish you good luck on Judgment Day. But the topic is still Christianity is still the one true religion.
Well, I wouldn't follow that God because I wouldn't think he's a God at that point, which would kind of defeat the purpose of religion.
Okay, so
if that God
how
is
does
so
that make him not a God?
competent, well, what would you define a God as? To me, a God is someone who's all powerful. Sorry, I asked a question and I launched into something. You continue.
Yeah, so a God would just be a being with the max making properties.
All right. I would say that this would put the God in a cube and therefore he wouldn't be a God.
Why? What's the
He might be a
contradiction?
more powerful being. To me, a God that's supposed, would you say your God is, your version of your God, is he the all-loving God?
Yeah, so I believe in the omni God, right? I believe that is true. But you can also hold to
Yes.
an open theism with Christianity, which would still be an omni God, but it'd be a max making property. So, for example, God could know only all true things, not things that have not been true yet. So that is an idea of Christianity. So even if you showed me there's a contradiction with God knowing all possible truths ever, that would not disprove Christianity.
So are you also a literal believer in hell?
I do believe hell exists, yes.
Is the only way to heaven to be saved?
Yes.
So then that God would contradict himself. He cannot be all loving and have a philosophy of that you must be saved to go to hell. Because
Based off what standard?
Jesus' sacrifice was done. Huh?
Based off what standard?
I think
What
it's
standard
based
are you
off
using to
any
measure it?
logical standards. I'm using a standard as a parent.
So your personal feelings?
It's not my personal feelings. It's logic. It's me reading up on books. It's me reading books that contradict those books to figure out what's the most correct avenue.
If it's a
not
logical
feelings.
standard, if it's a
Psychology-
logical standard, you got to give me the logical contradiction.
Yeah, so to me, logically, the way I look at it is
Hold on,
Jesus' sacrifice,
pause real
correct?
quick. You can't say to me in the way I look at it and then say it's logical. Because then it's either subjective or it's an objective standard. Which one is it?
All right, so I think this is a very, all right, you're right, I think, yes. So, all right, it's a good subjective standard.
Okay, so it's
And
subjective.
I think it could be objective if I look through it more, right? So,
But hold on, which one is it? Because that's very important. Is it subjective or objective?
I don't think that really matters. I think we're playing
It's the
semantics and
most
you're not letting me get to the argument.
It's semantics. So semantics are very important in debate because it's how I know you're communicating with me, right? It's the
All
definitions
right,
of words.
objectively, this is an objective standard then.
Okay, so it's an okay, awesome. Where do you get the objective standard from?
I get the objective standard by looking at history, by looking at psychology, by looking at everything, looking at other systems and how they run, how much better
Yeah,
systems
that's a
run.
vague reference. I'm asking for a methodology. So, for example, you said you look at history. In history, slavery was okay at one point. It's not now. So, where are you getting the objective standard from?
By what works better, right? If we look at it in a slave system and we see people being hurt, I don't know how anyone could look at it and say objectively that's better, especially as we've learned more or as we go along.
Well, but you haven't. You just said
To me,
I look. Hold on. You just said I looked at it and I don't see how it's better. You didn't give me a reason why.
I mean, are you going to argue that slavery was good?
Well, I'm just taking your worldview. Why is slavery wrong?
Well, is slavery wrong?
Is slavery? It depends on the circumstance. So, for example, I don't think prisoners is a wrong system, but I do believe it's slavery. Now, from your standard, again, why is slavery wrong?
Well, from your standard, why is slavery wrong?
So
What
you're the one
standard are you using to say
bringing up
slavery
the
is wrong?
objection, right? You're the one bringing up the objection, showing that the contradiction's in God. So you need to give me the standard. You can't use my standard to disprove my worldview.
I mean, I actually do want to know, why do you think slavery is wrong? I'm honestly questioning why slavery is wrong, because I
Yeah.
could go into, you know,
Yeah, so
I
the reason
think, you know, for instance,
the reason I would say it's wrong is because we're all image bearers of God, and God has commanded us to love one another.
God also commanded us to take slaves according to the Bible.
Show me where he commanded to take slaves.
Oh, I can easily find that. Give me 3 seconds.
Okay.
Also, how hard to beat them, how to treat them, where to get them, how much.
Yeah, that's how to treat
how
them.
To sell your
You
home.
said that they could take the slaves, but like I'm just going to grant it and say that God said you could have slaves. How did this disprove the Christian religion?
What I'm saying is, if you don't think slavery is correct, then you came across it by using my standards, which would be subjective.
So your
Because
subjective
in the
feeling,
Bible
so
specifically
Christianity's false
says,
because it doesn't agree with your feelings?
no, what it is if you're going to tell me where you're getting your standard from, apparently it's the same place you get your standard, because the Bible expressly states how to take slaves, how hard you can beat them.
Sure,
how
okay.
to
It
sell
says
your own
the
daughter
Bible
into
says that
slavery.
you can take slaves, beat them, use them, do whatever you want with them. Why is it wrong?
Why is it wrong?
Yeah, why is it wrong?
Because those are people. And
Okay.
I personally have something called empathy. I don't know about you.
Okay.
I
So
don't think empathy is a
okay.
new age word.
Right. So are there people born without empathy?
Yes.
Okay. Is it wrong for them to take slaves?
No.
It's not wrong for somebody who does not
Yes.
have empathy to take slaves?
No, I ask that question again. I just want to make, I think I heard a negative.
Is
in
it
there when I
wrong
was
for
supposed to be
somebody
talking.
who does not have empathy to take slaves?
Yes, it is wrong for them to take slaves
Why?
because they live in the same society I live in.
Right, but you said that it's
Societies
wrong
that
because you
work
have
together-
empathy.
You asked me personally why I think it's wrong. I have empathy.
No, I'm asking you're using
Why
an
is it wrong
objective
for someone
standard,
else?
not personally. Is it subjective or objective? Which one is it? You're flip-flopping. Not you personally. What
It
is
can
the
be both,
objective
you know?
standard
It
why
can
it's
be
wrong?
objective and it can be subjective.
No, it can't. That's a contradiction. That is
How
P
so?
and not P. Because objective means it's grounded, stance independent, right? Subjective means it's stance dependent. Those are contradictory terms. They both cannot be true at the same time.
Not really. Like in medical, I'm a medical person. When I'm getting SOAP notes, one of those stands for objective and the other one stands for subjective. So we have to combine the two. Objectively,
You cannot
this
combine
person has a
the two.
92.3 degree temperature. Subjectively, they're complaining of cold hands. Okay, so we take those two things and we take a look at
those
them,
are
and we
different
come up with-
things. Those are not the same thing. Something that is the same thing cannot be contradictory true at the same time. So my light switch is either on or off. Cannot be both on and off at the same time.
Yes, but that's a light switch. It's an inanimate object. If we're talking about something philosophical, like why is slavery wrong, we're going to have both objective and subjective standards, I believe.
You cannot. That is a contradiction. It breaks the law of non-contradiction, which breaks logic.
How does that break the law of non-contradiction?
The law of non-contradiction is something cannot both be P and not P at the same time. So objective means it's stance independent. Subjective means it's stance dependent. That is P and not P.
So we cannot have both subjective and objective reasons why slavery is bad?
Those would be two different things. Are you using an objective standard or a subjective standard? You cannot combine the two, but you could say there are two different categories. So for example, there is the category subjective does exist. Subjective to me, the color blue is not my favorite color. That's a subjective opinion. But I would not say there's an objectively best color, for example. That'd be a category error.
Okay, so at the end of the day, can we agree that slavery is wrong, though?
What standard do you have to say that it is wrong?
It doesn't matter. We can look at it and say it's wrong,
Okay,
correct?
I'm going to say okay,
that
you know, I'm
slavery
going
is
to okay,
correct?
fine. Slavery is a good thing. Why am I wrong to say that?
Why are you wrong to say that?
Yes.
All right, so at the end of the day, we live in a society.
Mm-hmm.
We can point to societies that have slavery tend to do worse than societies that have less slavery. I personally think that the 19th Amendment needs to be changed because it allows for legal slavery in the US. I don't think we should have criminals punished by slavery because that's created an organizational
You're just telling me you
industry.
don't like slavery. You're not giving me a reason why it's wrong.
Do you want to be a slave?
I do not want to be a slave, no.
I don't want to be a slave.
Mm-hmm.
I've got empathy. I also see that society works better when we don't have slaves.
I can see societies that have worked optimally with slaves, that have had great success using them.
Like which ones?
Egypt. Egypt was the leading country in its time, right? It was the core, right? It was the leader of the Canaanites in that area. Egypt was the head people to do this, and they primarily run off slave labor.
And where's Egypt today?
Egypt today is still there. It's changed.
Objectively good? Are
Well,
they
we have
objectively
we
still
have a
strong?
different standard now for slavery throughout society, but that doesn't mean that our subjective standard is the correct standard, right? You're just saying it's optimal to not have it. How do you know?
Because also, I would also say that other societies that see you not having slaves are like, I'm more willing to work with these people. If you haven't noticed,
Doesn't
crappy
matter if they're
societies
willing
tend
to.
get
If they
ganged
have
up
to
by-
do it, they have to do it.
which still happens. That is true. But I would, but we still are looking at historical societies. He said like Egypt. Well, Egypt still does exist, yes.
Mm-hmm.
But they don't exist in the same way they used to. Eventually, some people came in and said, you know what? We're not sure we want to be part of this or not for their own reasons. They may have slaves too. They may not have had slaves. But eventually, Egypt faced them alone because people are like, nah, man, you took too much of our dudes with slavery.
You're not giving me a reason why slavery is wrong. Still waiting for it.
Can you give me a reason slavery is wrong?
So, you do not have an objective standard to say slavery is wrong.
Yeah, so maybe it is a subjective standard that slavery is wrong.
Okay, cool. So then if God commanded slavery in the Bible, that would not disprove God because it's just your subjective opinion.
No, but I mean, it would just prove a bad God.
Okay, then good luck on Judgment Day telling God he's wrong. Have fun.
Look, if your God exists and there isn't a judgment day and I'm in front of him, I'd be like, man, you're kind of a prick.
Okay, good luck with that.
Good luck with you. I don't know why you would want to follow a crappy God like that, to be honest.
Because I won't end up in hell.
So I think you are going to end up in hell. I think one of your viewers had a bad expression of why, but I think heaven is going to be hell. You either lose free will or you're stuck in the same perpetual thing for all eternity, which would become hell in its own.
Sure, fine, but I'm still not going to go to what the worst place is, which is eternal damnation, torment, and being cut off from God. So even if I lost my free will, I wouldn't be aware of it and I'd be happy. So good luck with hell.
I mean, you realize that like being separated from a guy who would make hell a thing isn't that bad of a thing. You're threatening me
You
with
don't
a
know
good
that.
time.
You haven't died.
So God says that it's going to be better for you to have a millstone tied around your neck and thrown into the water, or to never be born at all, than to go to hell. And he's the one who created that place. So if you want to look at him and tell him he's a big meanie for making it, good luck.
I mean, that same God also said slavery's okay.
Sure.
So
fine, he did. Good luck
enjoy
telling
your
him he's wrong.
eternity with, like, are you going to tell me that you agree with slavery with him?
If God said slavery was good, who am I to say that he's wrong?
All right. And In that case, I think the debate is over because I think that's kind of disgusting and despicable.
Based off your feelings. I got it. Oh, he left.
Around and around and around we went.
Round and around in a world. I get it. I get it. Me no like God, so God not real. Just so everybody is aware, what I am doing is I'm granting things for the sake of argument. No, I do not believe slavery is a good thing. No, I do not think that we should have slaves. But I guarantee you that doesn't matter. You're going to clip me and take me out of context anyways, because I've already seen it done. I've already seen people say that, you know, I said slavery gets shit done, so therefore I'm a horrible human being. I do not think slavery is a good thing. I am granting things for the sake of argument. Well, you know it, Mitchell, but I have been taken out of context, and then we could see that's what people will do all the time. They'll take people out of context and just run with it. Muslim, hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you? Muslim, you're live. All right, man. God bless. Lockie. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you? Lockie. Hey, God bless. Muslim. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you? I'm good, man. All right, let me bring you in. Christianity is the one true religion. Prove me wrong when a taco. Go ahead.
Can you explain the Trinity then?
Father, Son, Holy Spirit, three distinct persons sharing in one nature.
Hello,
All right,
can you hear me?
Yeah, three distinct persons sharing in one nature. Are you listening to me through the live?
Yeah, I'm listening through the live.
Don't listen to me through the live. Listen to me through the chat.
Oh, okay, my bad.
All right, God bless. Bro, it's like taking 10 minutes for him to respond because he's listening to me through the live in the background.
Delayed.
Yeah, super delayed. Let's do a couple super chats. Mitchell says, afternoon, John and Abby in chat. Hope all is well. I hope all is well with you too, Mitchell. JJ came in, 499 says, there are atheists and Muslims who came from hell through near-death experiences and converted to Christianity. This is true. Big John can educate a rock. You have to cut your losses sometimes. Humans being evil, also humans. It's God's fault. God's fault. Everything's God's fault. Nobody wants to take responsibility. Let's do, I think, a couple more. We'll go to like 4:30, and then we'll probably call it. Also, Stryker, you were correct to change the name.
He said that we should pay him. And I was like, technically, you were supposed to pay us to change it. But I said he might have earned a taco.
I sent it in email. Tacos in the email. Devonte. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, Devonte. All right. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you? All right, man. Let me bring you in. Christianity is the one true religion. Prove me wrong when a taco. Go ahead.
So yeah, I think my perspective has to do with me perceiving, especially in the USA, because that's the perspective I have of living in this country. But based off of when I hear the word Christianity, there's a bit of an ambiguous understanding of Christianity itself. So I think that for someone to claim it as the true religion without having an understanding of it in itself is, you know, creating a fallacy towards even claiming it to be true or false, because they
Which
wouldn't know
fallacy?
themselves. Well, the fallacy of using the context that they have available to them, which the majority of people only read the Bible and don't
Which
go
fallacy is that?
into. What do you mean, which fallacy?
You said they're using a fallacy. Which specific fallacy are they using?
No, I'm saying they are creating a fallacy. It's not like a term, like I'm saying they're creating a fallacy
There are literally
by
hundreds.
using
There are
the
hundreds
Bible
and
as their only source.
right. So there are hundreds of fallacies out there, like literally hundreds of them. And you're saying this doesn't fall under a category
I'm
of any
using the
fallacy? It's
term
a new one.
fallacy. I'm using the term fallacy not in a, you know, I don't know, a secular philosophical debate way. I'm just using the word fallacy in its definition of the word fallacy.
So that would be the philosophical debate way. So then, which fallacy?
A fallacy, meaning like the definition of the word. What do you mean?
What
Which,
is?
as
How are
like
you using
like
the? How are you using the word? I don't care about the actual definition. I'm caring about how you define it. How would you define it?
Meaning someone has enough evidence that could be interpreted as substantial evidence, and aside from how much evidence
So
they've
you're using
collected.
fallacy in the terms of evidence. So you're using
No, I'm
fallacy
saying
in a way that it's never been used.
if somebody is able to use logic to prove their point when something is already
So
objectively
just
true.
slow down. You're jumping topics. I just need you to define how you're using the word fallacy.
I'm using the word fallacy in the sense that somebody can still utilize logic to prove their point and utilize evidence while something be still untrue.
So somebody
Like
can use
objectively.
logic and evidence to prove something, even though it's untrue.
Yeah, and people do it in science. People do it in any situation. That's what a fallacy is, when somebody can still utilize logic when something has already been objectively proven
Yeah.
wrong.
So if you're using logic, right? If we're using like the proper forms of logic, or we're using types of inference rules, then it has to reach a certain conclusion. Now, what you could say is that it's not sound, right? It doesn't logically reach that conclusion. Or you can say that one of the premises is incorrect, so therefore it won't reach that conclusion. This is something that we would call a symmetry breaker. It wouldn't be a fallacy.
Well, the reason it's a fallacy is because is the true. Well, if we were talking about something,
I'm trying to help you here. I'm not trying to attack you. It seems like what you're
I
talking
understand.
about is a symmetry breaker, not a fallacy.
Well, I'm saying that what you're describing, yes, I would agree when the word fallacy is being used for something more, I don't know, something more objective, but in a philosophical discussion where the true and untrue is more of a gray area, it's not like there's a symmetry to break. It's like it's a gray area in the first place.
Yeah, so then you'd have to make an argument on why it's gray rather than like black or white.
Because at the end of the day, I see anything relative to religion or culture to require some kind of historical context, not just a spiritual. I mean, and obviously, I'm not saying the Bible is not a historical context.
Devante, I think it'd be best if you just slow down, think about what you're saying. Don't try to use words that you're not familiar with, because the words that you're saying I don't think fit the argument that you're making. So can we start from the beginning? Start from the beginning, and let's try again.
I'm just saying that I think that the context necessary to be able to have discourse on something.
What do you mean by context here?
Context, as in when you're talking about culture, because I as somebody who's agnostic, and I try to be altruistic when interpreting other cultures that I'm not a part of.
Right, I'm not interested about your own personal viewpoints and things. Just what is the word context mean here?
Christianity is a culture at the end of the day. For you, it might be your Devante,
you're kind of spurging, right? So, how are you using the word context here? Because the way it's traditionally used doesn't make sense in the sentence you're using.
What other way is there to use it?
So context means to put it into its original place and how it was originally understood.
No, I mean, you could use context to do that. That doesn't mean
that is what the word context means. So if it's not how you mean it, then how are you using it?
I'm using it to basically say that the person needs more of a diverse, well, metaphorically, they need more tools on their belt to prove a point as controversial and as historically relative as religion
Okay, so
than
to
just using
to
the
be clear,
Bible.
the way that you're using the word context is that people need more tools to prove something.
Yes, because it is history, it is something controversial, and one source is not enough when talking about something of a philosophical, religious, etc. nature.
Okay, so your argument here is that you're saying it's not in its context because it doesn't have enough tools to prove something. And the problem with that is there's only one tool to prove Christianity, and that's the Bible.
Right. So that's where the fallacy starts, is not
Okay,
using
you
other
need to stop
contexts.
using fallacy because you're not using it correctly.
Well, I am.
You're not. And it's
Just
okay.
'cause I'm
Listen,
not
listen, man,
utilizing it in
listen,
your-
man. I've used words incorrectly all the time, right? I'm not trying to come at you. I'm not trying to attack you. I'm just saying it's not the proper use of fallacy here. So you're
I
saying that.
literally have looked up the word fallacy in several conversations.
Okay, then
just
give
to
me the
show it.
definition of fallacy.
If you want to screen share the definition, Oxford definition, you'll be proven
I
wrong
would
right
like
now.
how you're using the definition first, please.
I'm using the definition as written in multiple dictionaries. If you want to look it up,
What is the
I don't know how
definition
you're
that you're
utilizing it.
using?
I'm utilizing it in the sense of how I mentioned, somebody still using logic or their thought process or whatever. I'm generalizing. Somebody can still utilize logic and be objectively wrong about something.
Yeah, so that'd be like a symmetry breaker.
Logic doesn't mean somebody could have a logic that they're
My
the
friend, you
Jesus.
think I'm attacking you? I'm trying to help you, right? So you keep using
Well, I mean,
logic.
I haven't
So
been
hold
able
on,
to
hold
go
on,
to the actual point
hold on.
of
Now
why.
you're getting defensive and attacking about it. So just give me the 3 laws of logic if you want to keep saying logic.
What does that have to do with anything?
You keep saying that this has to be logically sound and there's problems with logic, and you keep going back to those words logic. Give me the 3 laws of logic.
No, I didn't say it has to go back to logic.
You keep saying that, so give me the 3 laws of logic.
You're running away from the core of the conversation.
He's not running. We just don't
Or
understand what he's
admit you do not know the words that you're using, which is fine. That's okay. I don't care if you know the words that you.
laws of a philosophical of a philosophy.
Let me finish my sentence. I don't think you understand that I'm not trying to attack you and I'm not trying to bring you down. I'm actually trying to help you, legitimately and properly. I don't care if you use words properly. I care about your rhetoric behind those words. I care about what you intend to mean when you say them. Now, you keep using these words in different ways, so I have no clue what you're trying to say. That's why I'm trying to get you back on the right path. You got defensive when I called you out on this, so now I'm telling you, if you really want to debate it and you want to go into a debate about it, I'm still not done. I'm still not. Define the word semantics.
Oh my goodness. See, this exhibit A. Like, you want me to define.
Can you define the word semantics?
Semantics, the way that words are interpreted and used in context of like whatever, and the like.
I'm going to move on now, but I thank you for your time. Appreciate you. God bless.
Right. We talked about everything other.
Because we didn't understand what you're saying.
We didn't get anywhere you're going because I didn't know how you were using the words that you were using. So I had no clue how to answer your question. Because you're using words all over the place and not in its colloquial sense, which is fine. I want to understand how you're saying it, but I'm trying to get you there, and then you're taking it as like an offense, as an attack. I'm not attacking you. I'm just trying to help understand you a little bit better.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
How come you didn't turn any of the lights on today?
Which lights?
The ones behind us.
Oh.
Is that why you were white?
It must be. Turn that one on beside you. Look at that. Just changed the room all of a sudden. Wow. That's like significantly better. All right, let's bring in the next guest. I don't know how to say your name. Rady? How do you say your name? Hello? Yes, I can hear you. How do you say your name? Riot. All right. How old are you? All right. Let me bring you in, man. Christianity is the one true religion. Prove me wrong. Win a taco. Go ahead.
All right. Perfect. So you believe in the Trinity, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Are they all equal?
Yes.
So why does it say in John 14:28 the Father is greater than I?
Because of the monarchical viewpoint, he is a deity.
Could you explain that?
Yeah, so the Father is the source of all things, and the Holy Spirit and Jesus eternally spring forth from them.
So in that sense, they're not equal.
How are you defining the word equal here?
Oh, so in that sense, are they in the same level?
In what sense?
In the sense you just said, in the deity, I think it was.
Jesus does not have a deity, no.
Does the Father?
The Father has a deity, yes.
Okay, okay. Yeah, could you just tell me what's the definition of a deity you're using?
Deity be the source, right? Unreliant, reliant only
Source,
on
source
oneself.
of?
Source
The
of
source of?
self. So Father is the source of himself. His ontological properties are equal to himself. Jesus
When
springs
you say
forth from
source
the
of,
Father.
when you say source of self, you mean the originator or something like that, right?
Yes, the Father is the source.
So in the sense of the source, Jesus is not equal to the Father.
Sure.
All right, so the statement everybody in the Trinity is equal is false because there's a specific type of sense they're not equal in.
Okay, fine.
So you agree you contradicted yourself?
Where's the contradiction?
You said that everybody in the Trinity is equal, and you said that's false.
It's not a contradiction if you're changing how I'm originally defining the word equal. I'm saying they're equal, they share the
So
divine
you
properties.
changed the word equal over time, but you didn't tell me
You updated how you said equal.
how.
Because you're arguing the semantics of it, and if we're going to go by the semantics that you're arguing, I can
What
agree
do
with
you
you.
mean
Then
by
by your
semantics?
definition, by the definition that you're
I'm
saying
not
equal,
familiar.
Jesus does not have a deity, so therefore they're not equal in that sense. Does that answer your question?
Yeah. Yeah, you agree with me on that, right? Yeah, and then okay, I'm not trying to attack you, but then you then agree that
I don't
the
feel
statement
attacked. I'm waiting for the argument.
all right, perfect, that's great. So, but then you said the statement everybody in the Trinity is equal is false because there's a specific type of sense and a society they're not equal in. So we agree
Okay.
on that part, right?
Sure.
Perfect. So you agree that you contradicted yourself, right? Now
Okay, I
we can move on.
misspoke. Now move on to the next point.
All right, perfect. Okay, that's great actually. So all right, now let's move on to the other stuff. Why is there unjustifiable evil according to the Christian paradigm?
Why is there unjustifiable evil according to what?
The Christian paradigm.
The what?
The Christian paradigm.
One more time. The Christian what?
Paradigm.
Paradigm?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're saying there's a standard that is the Christian standard and God is going against that Christian standard?
I'm not sure what that means.
Well, that's what I'm asking you what you mean when you're using that
All
there's
right.
unjust
Yeah, so
suffering according to the Christian paradigm. Are you saying that there is a Christian standard?
Yeah. So the reason is you're saying you took a perfectly innocent man, Jesus, and you sacrificed him and made him pay for other people's sins. That's unjust. Why is that the case?
Why is it unjust?
Because the people who sin, they should pay from themselves, not an innocent person. That's unjust, right?
So Jesus says, I lay down my life, no one lays it down but me, and I will raise it up again. So how's it unjust?
So God did something unjust to himself?
You're just saying it's unjust. How's it unjust?
Because all right, let me give you an example. So if I go to like a courtroom and then all right, I'm a judge, and then then there's like these criminals who like did raped, and then they sorry, I can't say that on stream, and they like did theft and all that, and I take this perfectly innocent man and I'm like I'm gonna crucify him and I'm gonna kill him for your wrongdoings and you're gonna get heaven.
Yeah,
Isn't that unjust?
I don't hold the penal substitution like that.
What do you mean by that?
Yeah, so I don't hold that Jesus is sacrificed as in he is the one who's they're taking other people out of jail and they're placing Jesus in jail instead. Jesus is the final sacrifice. Hold on, let me explain what it means. Right? So Jesus is the final sacrifice. He sacrificed for all sins. Well, how are the Israelites? How did they pay for the sins for all time? They did it by offering the animal sacrifice. Jesus is the final sacrifice that is offered up. So every time we go participate in communion or the Eucharist, we're offering up Jesus as the sacrifice to pay for the sins.
All right, so you would agree that he died for other people's sins, yes or no?
Can you just steel man what I said?
Yeah, you said that he would be sacrificing thing, right? That's what you said.
Does anybody in the chat think that's what I said? Anybody at all?
But the chat, your viewers, man, they're gonna be on your side.
Most of the people watching me are not on my side. I have like a select
It's a,
people.
but
Hold on,
it's a yes or no
hold
question,
on.
man. It's a yes or no question.
I have a select people of like 100 people that follow me and support me, and they're wonderful people, and I love them. Majority of the people who view me are against me. That is an absolute fact. That happens all the time. So
what evidence do you have for that?
Can you steal, man? Can you steal,
No,
man?
how do you know a majority of people are against you?
Because I have hundreds of hours of lives of when I have the people who support me are there, and I have the people who don't support me are there. Usually I'm in the category of
both
100.
people are there.
Oh my word.
So how are you gonna say
Open
that
your ears.
there's one side? You just conceded that both people are there. How are you gonna say there are more people who are against you?
That's
just
not what I
hearing what
said.
you
You're
want
just
to
hearing
hear.
what you
That
want
is
to
what
hear. That is not what I
You
said.
did say
So
that
again,
there are
chat,
more
is
people
that what I
against
said?
Yes, you did.
No,
you did,
I
my
didn't. Just
friend.
go back and listen to what I actually said, man. So again, as I said originally,
All right,
the
all right. Let's
majority
move
of
on.
people. Oh my god. So you don't want to listen
I'm
to
sorry.
anything that I say at all. You just want to
No,
just
I'm
like.
sorry. I know. I do want to listen. I do
Okay.
want to listen.
So how did I define the sacrifice of Christ?
Yeah, you gave some like information about how like the church views it and all that, right?
Not even close. All right. Thanks for your time, man. God bless.
There's a contradiction.
I like when they start talking really fast and you're about to
That's not even remotely close to what I said in that argument, which just shows that it's not a good faith conversation by any means. I mean, if he would have just said, I didn't hear, can you say it again? Then that would have been a different story.
But he was excited to talk about his point.
Yeah. Cam, hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you? Yeah, let me bring you in. You got kind of an echoey room, but we can work with it. So Christianity is the one true religion. Prove me wrong. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I would say that's impossible because Christianity is built upon contradictions.
Okay, what is P and not P?
Okay, so first of all, Jesus is 100% human and 100% God at the same time, right?
Yep, that would be a contradiction if it was in a singular nature.
Well, just 1 second, brother. Yeah, so no, I'm not saying that's a contradiction in and of itself, just yet. Okay, so Jesus is 100% God, 100% human, and the next point would be God does not require. Actually, you know what? God knows everything. Let's do that. Okay.
Those are two different points. Which one are you talking about? The 100% God, 100% human part, or the fact that God knows all things?
No, I'm building a point based off multiple.
You're not building a point. Those are multiple premises. Which contradiction are you bringing up?
Yeah, so I'm giving you multiple premises, right? And then you can tell me if you disagree with any of them, right?
Okay, so the first premise that he's 100% God, 100% human, you admit that's not a contradiction?
I would say that's a contradiction.
Okay, so how's it a contradiction?
Yeah, so could I finish building it because it's gonna
no, because so what you're doing is called a gish gallop. You're gonna mention a whole bunch of points and then jump on a singular point. And then if I don't reference all the points, you're gonna say you got me on a specific thing. So we're at the first point where you're saying is a contradiction, that he's 100% God, 100% man. Let's substantiate that first, and then we can move to point 2. Sound fair?
Sounds fair. Okay.
Cool.
So it's a contradiction.
Go ahead.
Yes. Okay. So it's a contradiction because an attribute of humanity would be humans are ignorant, right? They don't know everything. And an attribute of God is that God knows everything. So when you tell me that Jesus is both 100% human and 100% God at the same time, what you're essentially telling me is Jesus is both has full knowledge, not ignorant, and ignorant at the same time.
Yeah, so again, this was only a contradiction if it's a singular nature. If there's two natures, there's no contradiction.
When we say Jesus, are we referring to someone who has two natures simultaneously?
Yeah, so there's a person of Jesus that subsists in both natures.
Yeah, so I'm talking about this person of Jesus right, who subsists in both natures, has both attributes, right? He has the attribute of ignorance and the attribute of non-ignorance at the same time.
Yeah, correct. Because knowledge doesn't subsist in personhood.
So I'm not a philosopher. I'm an engineer, so I don't understand these terminologies.
Yeah, knowledge doesn't subsist in personhood. So, for example, if I lost my body and my mind right now, that doesn't change my personhood. I still have the person of John, even though the knowledge that is in my head has gone.
Could you say that again, please?
Yeah, so knowledge does not subsist in personhood. The person that is John, let's say I lost my body and my brain, or my memories are stored. If those vanish, I don't cease being John.
Okay, but let's use you as an example then. Okay, so let's say you, John, you're 100% human and 100% fish. Okay,
I'm not 100% a fish.
No, I know. No, I'm not saying you are. I'm just trying to build a point based off a hypothetical. That's all.
But the hypothetical doesn't work because I'm not 100% a fish. And then that wouldn't work because my ontological properties my ontological properties work in time and space, right? So therefore, I cannot subsist in two beings.
Okay. I'm just saying, just like Jesus is 100% human and 100% God, I'm giving you an example using yourself. I'm not saying you are a fish. Of course, I know you are a human. I'm not trying to disrespect you.
But I have ontological properties of taking up space-time, right? The person of God does not.
Okay, but that's not the focus of my point at all.
But it's important, which means it's not logically possible, but metaphysically impossible for me to also be a fish.
Because there would be a contradiction there, because humans and fishes have different.
It's not because it's a contradiction. Right? It's because I take up time and space. So the law of identity says that I am human, taking up time and space. I cannot also take up the time and space of a fish. But because God has the medical physical properties of not taking up time and space, He is spaceless and timeless, He can subsist in two places at once where I cannot.
Okay, that's no problem. I understand what you're saying. I understand why you're saying my hypothetical does not work, right? Because of time and space. You can't be in two places at once, basically. That's kind of what you're saying, right?
I cannot be in two places at once, no.
Yeah, okay, so I understood what you're saying. So no problem. But I'm not arguing the fact that you can't be in two places at once. I'm not saying that Jesus cannot be 100% human and 100% God at the same time because they might be in two places at once. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that there are contradictory attributes here.
Yeah, I agree there are contradictory attributes, but it doesn't create a contradiction if it's located in two locations. Contradictory attributes only create a contradiction is if it takes up the same identity. So, for example, my light switch that's on the wall cannot both be on and off, but my light switch on this wall can be on, and my light switch on the wall in my living room can be off. Right? Those are contradictory terms, but they're not a contradiction because they take up different time and space.
So I think I understood your point. Just let me know if I understood it correctly. I'm going to kind of say it in my own words back to you, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So you're saying that it's not a contradiction because it's not a contradiction that Jesus both is 100% human and 100% God, because the attribute of knowledge, for example, the ignorance is only on earth. It's not in the God realm. It's only in earth. And the all knowledge, are you therefore saying it's not on earth? Are you saying Jesus was not all knowledgeable on earth?
What I'm saying is knowledge is not person dependent, right? I am still a person, whether I have the knowledge of a positive or a negative, or whether I lose or gain knowledge, my personhood still remains. So the personhood of Jesus still remains independent of the knowledge. So the mind of God has knowledge of all things. The mind of Jesus is also the mind of God, has knowledge of all things. But there's also the mind of the person of Jesus, right? The flesh. The flesh also has a mind. I'm not saying that mind doesn't know all things. There's good arguments on why that mind does all things. But even if it didn't know all things, there wouldn't still be a contradiction. Just like my conscience can know certain things and my subconscious can know certain things, right? The person of John still knows those things, even if I don't know what my subconscious knows.
Okay. So do you mind if I move on to a different topic, just simply because there's a lot of philosophical terms related to this topic, and I don't really understand what a lot of them mean.
That's fine, but then you have to admit there's no contradiction there.
No, I still think there is a contradiction.
Well, then you need to substantiate that, because moving on to point 2 and granting that as a contradiction doesn't work, right? Because you're just saying make me admit that because you don't understand it. That's not fair.
Make me admit. Say that last part again.
You're asking me to grant your argument. Make me admit that's a contradiction
No,
because
no,
you don't
I'm not.
understand my justification.
No, I'm saying let's agree to disagree on this one. That's what I'm saying. I don't want you to admit that there's a contradiction there.
But you said you were using this as a basis to build a case. So your whole original basis is that you were going to do point 1, point 2, point 3, point 4 to build a case. So point 1, we haven't come to a conclusion on that. So you cannot use this as a point for your case. So if this was a point for your case and you're not going to use it anymore, then you have to admit you don't have a case.
Yeah, I'm moving on to a different topic entirely.
So it's going to be a completely different case?
Yeah.
Okay, so I shouldn't hear why didn't Jesus know the hour next? Because that was your second point. Okay, go ahead.
No, it wasn't my second point, by the way. But yeah, you shouldn't hear that. Okay, so my next point is going to be, would you say that you are a follower of a religion of Abraham?
No.
Okay. Do you believe Abraham followed the true religion of God?
I believe Abraham followed Yahweh.
Okay, so there you go then. So that's the difference between you and me, because I'm a Muslim, for example, and there's a verse in the Quran which where God teaches us how to respond to Christians and Jews who try to convert us. And he says, tell them, so he says, when they say be Jews or be Christians so that you may be guided, respond to them by telling them, indeed, we Muslims follow the religion of Abraham, who was not a liar and he was not a polytheist. So, and we believe in all of the messengers, right? Abraham, Noah.
Can you establish? Can you give me the establishment? Can you give me the establishment of Abraham's religion?
Yeah. So Abraham was a monotheist, and he believed in.
No. You're telling me what you think he believes. Can you give me how he established that religion? Where was the religion of Abraham?
Yeah. So Abraham was born into a polytheistic tribe, and his father used to make idols. And he always knew it was wrong to worship stones or humans or whatever. So then one day he went by himself and he started reflecting upon what is God. He saw the sun, right? And then he asked, okay. And then he said, no, this is my God, right? Because this is something powerful. And then when it set, he said, okay, it cannot be my God because my God does not disappear, right? Because God does not disappear. And then he saw the moon. And then he
so
said,
you're
okay,
giving me what the Quran says about it.
Not just the Quran. This is also actually something in the Jewish oral tradition.
Show me.
I don't have a source at hand. This is actually, you know what's funny, John? This specific thing that I'm telling you is one of the evidences that Jews use to prove the preservation of the Torah. Because what they say to Muslims, is there's over 2,000 years of no evidence of a preservation of Torah whatsoever. They claim oral tradition. And one of the stories they have in their oral tradition is this story. So what they say to Muslims is the fact that we have this story almost word for word the same in our oral tradition, and you have it in the Quran, means that therefore you Muslims would have to admit that Jews, to some extent, can reliably transmit revelation through oral tradition. And
cool story, bro. Can you prove it?
I'm not a Jew. I don't have the verses at hand, but I'm not a liar either. I'm telling you what I'm saying is fact. This is genuinely something that Jews
so claims made without evidence can be dismissed without evidence.
Okay, I mean, I can find it for you. Just give me a second. Yeah, so it's a midrashic tradition in, let me get the exact quote for you, okay? You know what, I'm just gonna ask ChatGPT for the quote for this.
Remember to ask for the source because ChatGPT lies.
I know. No, I didn't get this from ChatGPT.
No, I'm fine with using ChatGPT. I'm just saying remember to ask for the source and then read the source.
Yeah, thank you for that advice. So this is what ChatGPT says. I have it to verify it, but it says Midrash, Bereshit. Oh, yo, that sounds quite crazy. Bereshit, Rabbah.
Bereshit.
39:1. Bereshit. There you go. So let me just bring that up now on Safari. So do you want me to send the link to you that I'm reading from?
I just want you to read the quote. What does the quote say?
Okay. So it says, one second. Let me find it exactly. Oh, geez, so long. Sun. I'm just going to do Control F. $39.1. 39. What the hell? This is so confusing, man. It's all in Hebrew and stuff. And everything's on all the numbers on the right hand side. I'm on 37. I'm not even on 39. Okay, 1 second. 2, 1. Okay. One second. Okay. Every child began. Okay. This must be God. Okay, so this story is actually in the Jewish oral tradition, and it's in a couple places actually. Chabad being one, the life of our forefather Abraham.
These aren't quotes.
Yeah, 1 second. Find it. By the way, while I find it, could you tell me the relevance?
Yeah, you're making an argument that this is an evidence for Islam.
No, I'm just saying. Okay, fine. So, okay, 1 second. This is not evidence for Islam. I don't care if the Jewish books say it. I just know that it's in the oral tradition of the Jews.
You did a long tangent, a very long tangent about how this confirms Islam, because they use it as a justification to say how it's been kept kept solid since the beginning. And hold on, and how it's been kept solid since the beginning, and that how you guys are the same religion of Abraham, and I'm asking you to establish his religion, and you're using the Quran to establish that. And the way you were using the Quran to establish that was by citing the Jewish sources.
No.
Yes.
I'm not. I don't care what the Jewish sources say. Of course, the Quran is the.
Then why did you cite them?
It's just a point that this is also in the Jewish oral tradition, but I'm just.
So you're lying. So you're just bringing up a point to build on a stack of why you think this is true, yet you don't have a reason to believe that. You don't have any justification.
What did you ask me that got me searching for this to begin with?
You were using as an argument to show why Islam is true. I just explained this like 2 seconds ago.
So Islam is true because we are upon the same religion as all the prophets, including Abraham.
Right. So what religion was Abraham, and where did you establish that again?
Yeah, Abraham was a Muslim. He was a monotheistic person who submitted himself to God.
Yeah. So this is what you think he believed. I'm asking how you know his religion.
His religion was the religion of submitting to the Creator. You agree with that, right? You would
Okay,
agree
so
as a
okay,
Christian.
so fine. If your argument is a religion of somebody who submits to a singular creator, then
Yeah.
Latter-day Saints are Muslim, Jews are Muslim, generic theists are Muslim, Buddhists are Muslim. All these people are Muslim. So what is the separating factor between you and them?
So the separating factor would be part of submitting to the Creator would be accepting the Creator's revelation and all of his messengers. So, for example, the Jews reject some of the messengers that the
Right.
Creator sent.
Okay,
They
so again,
reject
so how do you
Jesus.
know Abraham was Muslim then if he didn't submit to the Quran?
No, he didn't have to submit to the Quran because it wasn't revealed at that time.
Okay, so
He
then
had to
how do you know
submit
he
to
was
the
a
revelation.
Muslim?
Yeah, because he submitted to the Creator and was and received revelation from God, and he believed in all
Okay,
the
so
prophets
again,
prior
the
to him.
Latter-day Saints submit to one true God. So based off
Do
this
they
standard,
believe?
they're also Muslim.
No,
Or you can
but
go
that's not.
Zoroastrians.
No,
Zoroastrians
because do they?
predate the
I,
Quran.
I,
So
I already
were they
told you the
Muslim?
separator. No, because I already told you the separator is part of submitting to the Creator
Mm-hmm.
is accepting all of the messengers that the Creator has sent.
And how do you know
all the
who all the
revelation.
messengers are?
Because he tells us through revelation.
What revelation?
So he sent multiple revelations. So to Moses, he sent the Torah. To Jesus,
So what
Isa, he
revelation
sent
did Abraham submit to?
whichever revelation he got. I'm not familiar with the name, or even if we're even told the name.
So there's no book before Abraham. So what did he submit to?
The revelation from God.
Or before
It doesn't have
Moses,
to
sorry.
say no. I didn't say there's no revelation before Moses. Maybe not.
What book comes before Moses?
Well, revelation doesn't have to be a book.
Okay, so he submitted to which revelation?
Revelation from God. It doesn't have to
So
be a
directly
book.
to him?
Yeah.
Okay, so how do you know that's the Muslim revelation?
Because it's coming from the Creator.
Is that not
So
circular?
no, it's not, because I
How is it
think you don't know.
non-circular? You're saying you know it's
Yeah.
Muslim because it comes from the Creator and the Creator is Muslim.
Right. No, the Creator is the Creator. I mean, he's not a Muslim, because a Muslim is someone who
Yeah,
submits
he's the
to
one who
the-
establishes the Muslim religion.
Yeah.
Yeah, so again, how do you know?
How do I know what?
How do you know Abraham received an Islamic prophecy?
Because we believe, so Islam is the religion of all of the prophets, right? So from
Yeah, you
Adam,
keep telling me
right?
what you believe. Please
Well,
stop
just
doing
one
it
second.
and
Yeah,
justify
I'm
the
answering.
belief. I'm sick
Yeah,
and
yeah.
tired of hearing what you guys
I'm
believe, right?
answering.
No,
I'm
stop.
answering.
Please stop for a second. I have spoken to
Okay.
probably well over 2,000 Muslims since I've been doing this. I know what you guys believe. Can you give me the justification for it?
The justification for why we believe that Abraham was a Muslim?
Yes.
Yeah, because he submitted to the one true God.
How do you know that that one true God is the same God that revealed the Quran?
Because that's what the God of the Quran tells us.
Okay. Why should I trust the Quran?
Because it's a miraculous work.
How do you know it's miraculous?
There's lots of signs, there's lots of indicators, there's lots of miracles within it. You can talk
Like
about
what?
prophecies. Yeah, you can talk about prophecies of the future. You can
what?
talk about
Specifics, please.
the defeat of the Romans in the lowest land.
Right. So it says that they will defeat the Byzantites within 3 to 9 years.
Yes.
Yeah.
In the lowest land. In
So
the lowest point.
God, the all-knowing God, had to give a
Right.
prophecy of 3 to 9 years?
No, so that's the English translation. It's actually a word. For example, let's say I use the word soon in English. Soon does not have a specific time frame, right? But in Arabic, the word used is
Can you give me
similar.
a singular hadith or tafsir that says that it's the word soon?
Soon is an English word.
Yeah, so you're saying it better translates not to 3 to 9 years to the word soon. Can you give me a single tafsir or hadith that uses that translation?
It doesn't better translate to soon. Just let me finish the explanation, then you understand. So the word.
I understand your explanation. Can you give me a source for that explanation?
The Arabic dictionaries, but you don't even know what I'm saying. I couldn't get to the main point.
Give me the
relax.
dictionary source then with the quotation.
Okay, first listen to what I'm saying. So the word the word being used there is a single word. It's
What
not
word?
actually. I'm not sure. I'm not sure on the exact word.
So then how do you know it's not the, how do you know that's not the word being used?
Because I don't speak Arabic, but I've
So
already
you don't
researched
speak Arabic, you don't know the word being used, yet you know how it should be translated?
All right, let me get it out for you. 1 second. Yeah. Okay, so it is. It's this. Bid'i Sinin. There you go. Bid'i Sinin. Now, this word, right, is similar to using the word, for example, soon, but in Arabic, in English, when we say the word soon, right, it doesn't have a specific time attached to it. But in Arabic, right, this word has a specific time attached to it. So in Arabic, when they say the word soon, right, but like their version, it literally means between 3 to 9 years. So it's literally an exact time frame, if that makes sense.
Okay, can you give me a tafsir, a hadith that agrees with your interpretation?
Yeah, so this is not something in tafsirs. This is something you would find in the dictionaries. I mean,
Give me a dictionary source.
Okay. Okay, boom. So I just put in Google Translate, right? And it translates to in a few years.
A few years. That's not soon, is it?
In a few years, soon. My point is, it's not,
That's not
the
the same
numbers 3 to
thing.
9. It's not the numbers 3 to 9. But
That's
in
still
Arabic,
not the same thing. So God, all-knowing God, said this is going to happen in a few years.
No, because the word in Arabic, when they say this word, which means roughly in a few years, it's an exact time frame. It means between 3 to 9 years. So that's why they translated it.
So if I say right now,
Yeah.
that the United States is going to lose a battle within a few years, and they do, am I a prophet of God?
That's not what God said. He gave an exact time frame.
No, he literally didn't. Is a few exact?
I don't understand what you're doing. So you're trying to use the English translation and apply it to
You
Quran
said this word, which means a few, according to your translation. Not the way that the scholars translated it to 3 to 9. Your layman guy, have a better translation to it, and no justification for why it translates it that way. But let's just grant it and say it's a few, right? So if I say right now the United States Army is going to lose a battle in the Near East within a few years, and they do, am I a prophet of God?
Okay, so no. Okay, and I'll tell you why.
Why not?
Because so that's not similar at all, and the reason being, the US losing a battle within 3 to 9 years or within 5 to 6 years or whatever time frame you give is not a miraculous work. This prophecy is equivalent. So let me just give you some context. At this time when this was revealed, this verse, the Romans were at the point of utter destruction. They were to the point where the Persian king, this is history, recorded in history, the Persian king was sending letters to the Roman emperor telling him to come to him in full submission, you dog. Literally calling him a dog in these letters. It was to that level. Now, at this point, when the Romans were near their absolute destruction, this verse was revealed, and it also specified that the battle will take place in the lowest land geographically.
Okay. So just to be clear,
in that exact time frame which was given, right? And and the word used is not between the number 3 to between the number 9. It's a specific word used which in the language of Arabic has a specific time frame attached to it, right? In the lowest land, the Dead Sea, right? The geographical lowest land, in the time frame, the Romans overcame their enemies. How is this not a miraculous prophecy? How did the prophet?
Okay, so let me just steal. Hold on, you're spurging. You're spurging.
I'm just trying to ask the final question.
I understand your question. Let me answer it.
You don't. How did the prophet know where the geographic lowest point on dry earth is, and why would he make such a risky prophecy?
Okay. Now I knew what you're going to say. Like you said, I didn't. Now let me just try to steel man what you're saying. You're saying that the Romans at this time were almost destroyed to the point where
Yeah.
Persia was telling them to submit because they were dogs. So as a matter of fact, it seems like Romans were losing a lot of battles, and you're shocked that Muhammad said that they were going to lose another battle
No,
within a few
win,
years.
overcome their enemies. Overcome their enemies. The Romans, it says the Romans have been defeated, but within 3 to 9 years, they will overcome.
Okay,
in
so
the lost
so
land.
they're going to win a battle.
Overcome their enemies, not win a battle. And they made a comeback. This is known as the greatest
Within
comeback
3 to
of an
9 years,
empire
the
in
whole
history.
matter rests that Allah before and after victory, and on that day the believers will rejoice.
Yeah.
And the victory will be Allah. He gives victory to whoever He wills, for He is mighty and all merciful. This is a promise of Allah, and Allah never fails in His promise. But most people do not.
Historically, John, historically.
So where
yeah,
does He
this
even
is-
talk about? Where does He even talk about the lowest land? It just says in a nearby land.
That's an incorrect translation. It's in the lowest land.
Everything. So I'm looking at it in Arabic right here, right?
Adna Lord. Adna
Right?
Lord. That's the Arabic.
Adna.
Adna Lord means lowest land.
Yeah, in the nearest land.
It means click it. It says Adna Lord.
Adna.
That's not what it
Click
says.
it.
I
What does
clicked
it
it.
say?
It doesn't say what you're saying.
Adna.
What does it say?
Adna.
Well, maybe I'm not pronouncing it correctly, but what does it say? Go on.
It says the nearest land.
No, in the Arabic.
Nearest. It literally says on the screen, when I highlight over it in Arabic, it says nearest. Here's the part where it says a few, the
I
part
know.
that you're arguing about, right? And then there's the translation, the way the scholars understood it. This does not say lowest land. So again, what the hell is the prophecy here? Your prophecy here,
does.
your prophecy here is Muhammad said that they're going to go to battle and win a battle.
No.
So
Okay,
are
fine.
all
You know what?
statisticians
Let me-
statisticians prophets?
Okay, let me give you another prophecy. This one is in Hadith. So this prophecy was at close to the beginning, right, of Islam, when the few believers were being persecuted. The Prophet told his companions that soon he told a specific companion that soon he will wear the jewelry, right? He will wear the jewelry of the Persian king. Something along those lines. I can quote the hadith to you. And then soon after Islam, we know what happened, right? So these Bedouin Arabs.
So hadiths.
Bedouin Arabs.
Hadiths. Hold on. Hadiths are written 200 or more years after Muhammad. So how's that a prophecy?
That's wrong. They're compiled in compilations around that time, yes, but they were already.
So can you show me a hadith that's actually written before Muhammad died?
Yeah, there's loads.
Show me one.
Search up.
No, this is your argument. You show me the hadith of one written before Muhammad died on paper.
Okay. Every single hadith has a chain of narration, right?
Mm-hmm.
Starting from the Prophet. So the Prophet to this companion, to this companion, to this companion. Some chains are much shorter than others because the chain was there and then it got written down. Other chains.
So it wasn't written down until 200 years after he died?
Some hadiths were, right?
Can you give me one hadith that wasn't?
One hadith that wasn't written.
One hadith that was written on a piece of paper before Muhammad died.
Okay. Okay, so yeah, this is kind of a bit difficult to show. But for example, there is something called Imam Malik's Muwatta, right? But even this is a compilation.
Yeah, and
right?
that was
So look,
compiled in 795.
yeah, so yeah. No, not well, around 150 years after. Yeah, but all of these are compilations, right?
Be 190 years after.
Well, it's approximate, right? So the but all of these are compilations. But the main thing is that every single Sahih hadith has an unbroken chain, right? Literally, for example, let's say you've passed away. Let's say you've passed away, you know?
Yeah, so just to be clear, you can make this argument, but I just want to be clear. So your idea of a prophecy is you have a document that's written hundreds of years after events telling us that event's going to happen?
No, that wouldn't be my idea of prophecy at all.
Is that not what you're saying?
No, it's not. My idea of a prophecy is, for example, if you said something now, like, for example, Eskimos are going to conquer the United States of America. If you've said that now and you pass away, right, and then the lady behind you tells someone else what you've said, and then that person... in fact, let's take it one step further.
That's fine. I understand the argument, but what I'm saying is your evidence for this.
Just 1 second, John. 1 second. Let's say you're in a room full of people. And you tell them all, right, Eskimos are going to conquer the United States of America. Then all of those people go and tell someone else, right? And then that person tells someone else. And then 100 years after you have passed, it gets written down. And when they write it down, they write down the chain, right, of everyone who has said these exact words are from you, right? And it perfectly aligns back to you. Multiple different chains, right? Because there was multiple people in the room when you said it. That is what we have with hadith, right? So if you now said Eskimos are going to conquer America, and 100 years later, right, it gets written down, and then 600 years later it happens, right? Or even 50 years after you pass away, it happens. That would be a prophecy. That would be an incredible prophecy.
Okay, so just to be clear, you have a hadith that says Muhammad's going to wear jewelry from the Persian Empire, from the Persian king.
One of his companions.
So you have a hadith that says one of his companions is going to wear jewelry from the Persian.
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. And that hadith is written hundreds of years later after it happened.
And it was heard by multiple people with multiple chains.
But it was written hundreds of years after that happened. So how is this evidence of prophecy?
Yeah, because it was said by the prophet before it happened.
How do you know?
Because we have unbroken chains from multiple sources, from multiple different chains.
Okay. My wife told me that you're an idiot. Is it true?
No.
It's an unbroken chain.
Okay. That's a claim. You're not saying, so if your wife, if your wife was in a room full of people and she said, I'm an idiot, right? And all of these people then
now watch this. Watch this.
Tell
Abby, hold on. Abby, did you actually say he was an idiot?
Yeah, my point was...
Truth. Just say the truth.
No,
Hold on. I'm not done. I'm not done.
Okay.
She never actually called you an idiot.
Okay.
Okay. But I just showed you an unbroken chain between me and my wife calling you an idiot.
Okay, I get that.
But she never called you an idiot.
I know.
Okay, so how's this proof of a prophecy?
Yeah, because this example is a very ridiculous example, but if she said to a group of people or in a public place where multiple people heard her that I am an idiot, right? And then 100 years later, like these, all of these
you're adding more to the criteria, right? So you're saying there's multiple people that have heard it, so we should have multiple sources.
Yeah. So what's it called? So testimony, right? Mass testimony is an extremely strong form of evidence.
I agree.
Right. And this is what we have.
But you don't have mass testimony. You have one chain.
Yes, we do. No, we don't.
What's the mass testimony then?
There's multiple chains. There's something called mutawatir hadith, right? Which means that there is multiple chains.
So I should have multiple sources.
Because
I have multiple sources that say that he was going to wear this jewelry.
Yeah, like it's one hadith, but multiple chains, right? Multiple chains narrating the same exact thing.
So you have multiple sources going back. Show me the multiple sources.
Can you read Arabic?
Why do I need to read Arabic to understand anything about Islam? Just give me the translation.
I know, but this when we go into hadith science, the sources are all in Arabic. That's the.
How convenient.
One second. Let me see if Sunnah.com has it. But yeah, but this is the thing. Even if Sunnah.com has it, the chain of narrations and the hadith science behind it is usually Arabic literature. But I'll check. I'll see if maybe it's translated.
Bro, why are you trying to put a hole through your keyboard?
It's a mechanical keyboard. I know. Ever since I got into tech, it's just, bro, it's been crazy. Bro, I got so good at typing. Anyways. I'm gonna struggle to find the source.
Everybody in the chat complaining about boredom. Remember the rules. I don't kick people. You do. Those are the rules.
I kick people?
No, I don't kick people because everybody always complained that I kick people every time they were making a point. So I put in a new rule that I don't kick people. The chat does.
Oh, okay. If the chat wants me to leave, that's fine. Just I'll leave. I don't mind.
Give him an honest chance. It's been 40 minutes. I've had a 40-minute call with him. What are you talking about, honest chance?
No, you've been fair. You have been fair, respectful. Obviously, we disagree on stuff, but it's a good discussion and all that. Yeah, I can't complain, to be honest. But you know what? Look. I haven't come prepared for certain topics. I haven't got sources at hand, so I don't want to waste time searching for stuff because we're not in basic topics, right? We're not talking about Quran verses, which are easy to bring up here. So unless you want to talk about something else, I'm happy to let the next guest on.
No, unless I don't think Christianity is the one true religion.
It can't be though, brother. I mean, look what you're inviting me to. Let's say, look, okay, invite me to Christianity. This is how it will go. Correct me if I'm wrong. Turn away. So you talking to me, you would say, turn away from worshiping one creator, believing in all the prophets, no confusion, no contradictions, and instead believe in a Trinity where these three distinct persons, right, are all God, right? But then they're not the same person, they're completely distinct, but they're all God, and worship this human being, right? And start eating communion, right? Eat flesh, drink. I mean, how is this something attractive for a Muslim, right? And secondly,
I don't give a rat's ass. Hold on. Being attractive is relevant to whether or not it's true.
No problem. But vice versa, listen to what Muslims invite Christians to. Stop worshipping three. Don't say three. Don't say a Trinity.
Don't worship three.
Stop worshiping
sleep
mankind.
With children.
Worship for one true God. Worship. See, why are you getting triggered for? Worship for one true God.
Triggered.
You are. Worship for one true God. Accept all his messengers. Accept the revelation that God sent, and turn away from man-God worship. Turn away from trinities.
Don't worship one God. Don't worship a man. Sleep with children. Beat your wives. Got it.
No, we disagree with sleeping with children. That's actually a Christian thing.
I'll give you $1,000 if you can show me in the Bible where it says you can sleep with children.
Okay, so you believe in the Old Testament as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, in one of the battles, it says kill all the virgin women, right? Or unalive them, or whatever TikTok terms, right?
Numbers 31:19.
Yeah, and then take the little ones, take the little girls as yours.
You know the difference between a descriptive and prescriptive text?
The text is clear. It's explicit, right? Kill all the virgin.
So you don't know the difference?
Women. So sorry, kill all the non-virgin women.
Do you know the difference?
Take for yourselves. Take for yourselves the young ones.
Do you or do you not know the difference
between
a descriptive and prescriptive text?
So a descriptive text would be describing something,
right?
And a prescriptive text
is prescribing something.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this is
how's
God.
that a prescription towards Christians?
No, yeah, this is Jesus, right? Telling
No, that
these
was
people.
Moses.
Who revealed the Old Testament? Moses?
Moses revealed it, yeah.
Moses revealed the Old Testament?
That's not what I'm talking about. In this specific
believe,
verse.
wait, hold on.
In this
You believe
specific,
Moses
hold on,
revealed
shut
the
up and
Old
listen.
Testament?
Shut up and listen. In this specific
Be
verse,
respectful,
number
man,
one,
come
shut up and listen.
Don't
In the
be
specific verse, Numbers 31:19, that is a commandment from Moses, not from God.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So you reject how this is even a revelation from Jesus, right? No problem. I mean, I guess that's another difference between Christians and Muslims. We accept revelation from God, right? We of course refuse clear corruptions, which say to unalive and sleep with children, which you have in your books. And yeah, we actually accept revelation of God, whereas you just pick and choose. You reject you reject Jesus' revelation in the Old Testament.
Yeah. I know the difference between Muslims and Christians. Muslims have a higher IQ, Muslims have a lower IQ.
Yeah.
Christians
No,
are
absolutely.
hyper intelligent. Muslims are women beaters and child molesters, and Christians are not. But I appreciate your time. God bless. Mm-hmm. All right. I said I was going to call it 35 minutes ago. Yeah. But then he just kept going and going and going. What, the hate? Yeah, God says hate. God says to hate evil.
I do hate, people that sleep with children.
Yeah, it's pretty awful. Pretty terrible. Pretty terrible. Pretty awful. Stop first cousin marriage, Muslims. Amen. Amen.
You want to do those super chats?
Oh yeah, that's a good idea. Look at that. That's why we keep her on, guys. That's why we keep her on. Here, Abby, take my money. I'll pay the jizya.
That was for changing the title.
Oh, okay. Why do I lose money whenever I do these? It's worth it, though. It's worth it. John wearing 2 hats today. Chef, and I don't know what the other one is. Student? Teacher?
Maybe.
Follower Paul came in $1.99, says chapter and verse. How much to change the topic of to American football? Oh, dude, we could change it. I know nothing about American football. I'd say $1,000.
It would be a lot of silence.
What? I left the stream 3 hours ago. John is still live. What? We go a little longer on Fridays because we don't have to go to work on Friday. So we go a little bit longer. I also started a little bit later today. So we're actually right on cue for the amount of time we usually do. It's about 4 hours we do on these days. So we're right on cue. What do we start? 1:15? 1:20?
1:20.
Yeah. So what do we have now? 5:10? Yeah.
It's been 3 hours and 50 minutes.
Yeah.
We all wait for the guest keyboard. That was impressive, actually. Clickety clack.
That was
Clickety clacking.
digital monsters. Digimon are the champions. Somebody said it in the chat, and when somebody starts this, you have to finish it. This is a rule in a house when I was younger. I had roommates, and you'd scream Digimon, digital monsters from any point in the room, and somebody at some other point in the room would finish it. Would finish the song. What are the top 5 arguments for a job? I'm a hard worker. My greatest my greatest weakness is I work too hard.
Did you misread it, or are you just being funny?
No, it's on the screen. It says there. What are the top 5 arguments,
I
John?
think they tried to say John.
I'm giving the top 5 arguments to get a job. Okay. Top 5 arguments are my arguments for why I'm not an atheist, right? And these are the reasons I believe in God, and I think the top reason to believe in the Christian God is the death and resurrection of Jesus Christ. Right? So I say the teleological arguments and the contingency argument is a good reason to believe in God and that God has a mind. And the contingency argument itself can get you to God has a mind, but I like using the teleological argument with it. And then I use the argument for personal experience as well, right? That is an argument. As much as people don't want to admit it, if somebody experiences God, that's a good reason. That's a valid reason to follow God. It's a valid reason. The problem is they just don't believe they had an experience with God. What always drives me nuts about those kind of conversations, it's like, I experienced Jesus, so therefore I studying Jesus. Why didn't you study Buddhism? Because I didn't experience Buddha. That's why. That's the reason. Top 5 arguments to get a job. Proverbs 30. What is his name and what is his son's name? I don't actually think that's talking about Jesus. And I know I'm going to go against a lot of the apologists going out now. Where did that go? Oh, there it is. Because a lot of the apologists will say that's talking about Jesus. Who is this? Who is the Father and who is the Son? I don't think that was the rhetoric of the author there. I think the author was saying, like, show me someone like God and show me who his Son is so I can know who he is. It's just using that type of rhetoric. It's not saying that that's Jesus. But I do understand the apologetics that use that, but there's literally no one in scholarship that holds to that interpretation. And I think it's important that we look at scholarship. A lot of people want to reject scholarship. Scholarship can be wrong, but you need to look at it. It's important. I think you have to take church fathers and church history and scholarship, and you have to see where it goes, man. Can't just pick one. All right, should we do a quick prayer and a plug? Prayer and a plug. Our Father is in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us of our debts as we also forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. And I can never remember the other part, Lord. I try to remember it, but I keep forgetting, so forgive me for that. Lord, thank you for this day and the blessings and the beautiful conversations we had. I ask that these conversations plant some seeds. I don't expect it to change the minds of the people I'm speaking to, but Lord, there may be people that are listening that are just curious and want to know. There may be people who have doubts and need to just feel validated in their belief and that they're not crazy and what they actually believe is true. And Lord, that's what these conversations can be for. It's just strengthening the believers or getting the people that are on the fence about it. And so I ask that you use that to draw people into you and into your nature. I ask that you correct us when we're wrong and you put us back on the right path. I ask us you show us the meaning of love, not this misguided sense of love or this misguided idol of love, but what love truly is, the love that you offer us. I ask that you help us offer that to each other. I ask that you look out for Charlie Kirk and his family and the things that have happened there. Lord, this is the tough one to swallow. Lord, I ask that you forgive the man that did this horrible sin to him and his family, and that you draw him in to repentance and to a changed heart and into the knowledge of who you are. But we trust in your judgment at the end of the day. You are good. I ask this in Jesus' name. Amen. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. All right, guys, you know what to do. Go follow me on all platforms. Make sure you subscribe to my YouTube channel. That's where all my content comes from. That's where I'm putting things out all the time. Also, if you want to support me, support my channel, support me on Patreon. We do daily Bible studies there. We offer exclusive content. And we get access to the hangout sessions that we do Tuesdays and Thursdays as well. All links are in my bio or down below, depending on where you're watching. It is the best means to keep this channel going. It's through you guys that we've been able to get to this point where Abby can help out on at least on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and that we can continue to do this and provide good content from you. We haven't reached the goal that we want to reach. If we ever will, I don't know. I'm not sure why I'm losing my voice. But it's only through your guys' generosity that we can do that. So pray about it. If you want to support this channel, you want to see it grow, you want to see me take out more atheists and Muslims, give me your money. But I appreciate you guys' time. If it's not something that's for you, just continue to watch, share, and like. God bless you guys that are watching on TikTok. We're going to do 5 or 10 more minutes over on YouTube. But we will see you all next time. What?
Did you turn off the reading?
The what?
The reading?
What reading?
The chat reading? Super chats?
Super chats are still there.
Just didn't read it.
No, it's off when I have this screen open. It only works on this. See?
Okay, here.
Thank you, Christ is life. Because usually when I go to this screen, I'm focused on the chat, so I can just do this, right?
Right.
I don't go to this screen unless unless I'm not taking guests anymore. Thank you so much, though, Christ is life. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. I've lost my voice completely. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, for the mother too. Yeah, pray for his mother. Do I take modern scholars over church fathers? I take the best arguments over the better or over worse arguments. That's what I do. Now, granted, that takes some of my subjective interpretation, but I take the better arguments over the worse arguments. And sometimes that's the fatherly interpretation, sometimes that's scholarship, but I definitely read more scholarship than I do fathers. And the reason I do more scholarship than I do fathers is because my primary demographic of who I debate is atheists. And that's what they respond well to, right, is scholarship. With atheism, I think you have to show people that even if you grant a lot of their arguments, that God is still the best explanation. Because a lot of the times you're trying to convince them of something that they'll never be convinced of because of their priors. And so if I take this idea of like ecumenical councils, having you're going live tonight? That's what's up. Everybody follow Modern Brain and go watch his live.
Maybe we'll have to go watch and see what he looks like.
Yeah. But if I take this idea of ecumenical councils being infallible and I try to impart that upon a non-believer, it gets me nowhere. Right? Just like one of the reasons I barely argue contradictions, like I don't really think most of the contradictions that atheists bring up are true. Very often I don't believe the things that I'm arguing against because it's completely irrelevant to whether or not Christianity is true. Right? Once we can get up for somebody on, and that doesn't mean I'm lying. I'm not lying. I'm not saying these things are true. I tell people that I don't believe in this, but I'll grant it for the sake of arguments. They'll show you you're ridiculous. Because once we can get somebody on board that Jesus Christ being God is the best explanation, then we can start talking about dogmatic things, about doctrinal things, and why we should believe certain things are true. Like why should you hold to like an ecumenical council? Why you should hold to these types of things? If Jesus Christ resurrected from the dead, then we can all point in those directions. But until that point, it doesn't matter. So, for example, today, somebody wanted to say to me that slavery is wrong, so therefore the Bible's not true. And I just, well, slavery is not wrong. I don't think that slavery is a good thing by any means, by any stretch of the means. But to show my point, it does not disprove the Christian God. And once you can get somebody on board that your subjective opinion doesn't change whether or not the Christian God is real, like he's not a politician you get to vote in based off your feelings. Once you understand that God is who he is, then you can understand his lovingness behind it. And you can understand that it's progressive revelation, that it wasn't one law for all time to be given. And that's what you can understand about the Old Testament. But you have to understand who he is first. You have to know who he is before you justify him, right? It's like, think about it like this. Think about a family member that you know is a good person, like a really good person. And you know that they only do good things. And then you hear that they killed somebody. Now, if you know that person well, then you know there has to be a justifiable reason for why that happened. That they wouldn't just do it because they're evil. But if they do not know that person, the instinct is that they're just evil. They just did this horrible thing. So we have to get people in that relationship with God. And then we can start understanding the theodicies behind it. On why certain things would happen, why certain evils would happen. At least this is my philosophy. I can tell that Abby is bored out of her mind.
It is okay. The last one did me in.
Yeah,
that one was really boring.
He was pretty bad. He was pretty bad. Also, I got to get a ticker on the screen for a vote out. So I'm going to be looking at that tonight. So that way next week when we're debating people, we can just have a ticker for this many votes to kick, and I got to figure out how to do that. So we will do that in the future. So that way when you guys get bored of people or you think it's stupid arguments, you put it in the ticker and then they can get gone. And then I'm absolved of running away.
Except they said it, you just plant people in the comments to kick people.
I plant people in the comments.
People will be
I'm pushing
people.
Doesn't matter what they say.
No matter what.
Absolutely. And John, thank you for your patience of walking through logic with these guys to show us the arguments, because I'm the Bible tells me so type of guy. Also agreed. Read the Old Testament. Bible tells me so. And you know what? Listen, if you want to hold the divine command theory, I used to be against divine command theory. I'm growing more and more open to it. I don't think there's a problem with divine command theory. I think you can hold to that, and you still have a better grounding for morals than other people. Like if you're just gonna say, well, it's just my opinion versus God's. Sorry, what? If God establishes something to be good simply because he wants it to be good, then it is good. Now, I don't think that's the case. I think it's equal to his nature. But that's a better grounding than, well, it's good because I feel like it. Because if you want to hold to that, then this pencil is only a pencil, or this pen is only a pen because God sustains it, and therefore the pen is subjective. All right, I love you all. You're sexy. I'm not talking to them, Abby.
Wow.
All right, have a great night, guys.